something mentally wrong with me because there was so much time to spare. But my principle is, why not get to the airport with time to spare than be at home with time to spare, where you could do the same thing at the airport as you're now going to do at home. But then if you get caught in traffic, it's a nightmare. You might miss your flight. So anyway, that's kind of how I work on it. But no, I thought all of those pictures were fantastic. The passion that people have, the innovation, having a solar powered car. And I know that I think it was Robert from the Netherlands, presenting his solar power car proposition. The nice thing about that particular business is he's learned, I think, together with his fellow startup friend, a whole load of stuff from another innovative company using solar stuff. So all of these things might not all succeed. Well, they won't. That's the nature of stuff. But people learn along the way, and they take what they've learned to the next thing, and make that happen. So yeah, it's lovely to hear people, young people especially, trying stuff, and having a go at it. It's really good. I think we're getting ready for the first session, by the way. I know we're going to talk a bit more about Generation E during the day,
Hi, Roger.
But so we're going to go to the video soon, I think. Is that right, Ben?
We've got Ben here as well.
Hi, Roger.
Hi, Roger. Can you hear me there?
Yeah, we got you, Ben. Yes, great to hear you back.
Great.
I think luckily the first session was you guys interviewing
about Generation E. And because of my voice, hopefully I'll be able to respond to your questions as best as possible.
It's a good voice, Ben. It's a kind of like a gravelly kind of, early morning DJ voice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you've got a bit of a husky voice, that's like every girl's dream.
I didn't want to say that. I'm so glad you did, Nikki. It would have been really wrong if I'd said that.
All right. Well, Ben, shall we crack on then and start talking about the vision of Generation E?
I think we should
give it a go. I've got a hot drink here. Let's see how I progress.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously I was involved in the very first e-mobility conference that you held in London, and then again the mobility conference at the World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi. But why don't you just explain to us, maybe people that are watching that have actually maybe never heard of Generation E, who are you, and what are your intentions? What does the company do, and what have you set out to achieve?
All right,
I'll give that a good go.
So I think what we realized back in 2016 was that there's such a gap between the solutions and the knowledge available and what the market actually gets to see and what they're aware of, whether that's business, government, or the consumer. And so initially we set up with these electric vehicle road trips that we ran around Europe. And it was basically to try and raise awareness and educate the market on the fact that electric vehicles are really good. Obviously back then it was mainly just Tesla. There were a few others, but they were nowhere near as good as what the mass market would want. So we just wanted to educate people, and we used a very visual road trip to do this. The first one, we did make it out of London. It was EVRT London, we could say. And then the next year we did the whole of Europe in around 7 days using Tesla vehicles. And what we realized is that it was a really creative way to engage consumers, business, and government. And that was creating value in terms of the mission. Back then it was mainly about electrifying, but also it's creating value for government and businesses that were engaging with the event. So they were using us as a platform to communicate their product or their service or their policy or initiative. And we just realized, hey, this is a really good way to be able to communicate really important messages. So that was where I guess our creativity element came from at the start. And then we very quickly evolved into conferences. So just after we launched the Emirates EVRT back then, and we had a fully charged show that came along with Robert Llewellyn. We had Weber Wacker, the guy who drove around the whole of the world in his Volkswagen. He joined us. And then we went back to London, and that's where we met you, Nikki, and you joined the first e-mobility conference. And that was really the beginning of our conference element, which was more and is more B2B and government focused. And it was quite bizarre actually, because back then I was 26, I think, and we had just sort of launched this venture, and we ran this event, and we had Alejandro Gag, we had government officials, we had CEOs from all sorts of companies around the world. You were there, Nikki. Robert Llewellyn co-hosted with you. Roger was supposed to be there, but he got sick on his trip to China. And the feedback that we had was basically, we need more of these types of events, because the discussion is not there around electrification and other mobility forms. So we kind of knew that was a need, and we've gone on to run conferences in Paris, in Abu Dhabi at the World Future Energy Summit for 2 years running, in which, Nikki, you joined us there as well, in Dubai. And then we launched this incredible summit last year in South Africa called Smarter Mobility Africa, which very quickly became the main smarter mobility event in Africa, putting all sorts of mobility streams together, not just electric vehicles, but public transport, car sharing, autonomous vehicles, bikes, walking, anything that helps to move people or product from A to B. Roger joined us, he hosted it, did an amazing job. And I think we were from each day. So if you're popping into London, you can take maybe a cycle to the station, you get the train. When you arrive, you walk, then maybe you use a bike. At one point you use a hailing, and so on and so forth. Because what we can't have is everybody moving towards car ownership and believing that the car is the best solution for every single transportation or every single use case, because we know that is not the case. Why be sat in traffic for 2 hours when you could take a train that takes half an hour and you could cycle that takes 15 minutes. So I think, we're all about trying to accelerate this movement of all these different options which have been made possible. And that's what we've been doing, and obviously the whole world is doing that, so we're not the only ones doing it. We're just helping to enable different stakeholders in the market to be able to do that.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ben, for taking us through that. And we really appreciate getting us involved as well, because it is such a fantastic program that we've got lined up today, but also, a vision for the company. And given my background in electric cars, I've been involved in Formula E since the very beginning, electric racing since September 2014, which is when we had the first race. And it's amazing in that sort of short spell, in 5.5 years, the different world that we now live in is just, it doesn't even compare. We did our first sort of film with a little Renault Twizy, and there were about 3 electric vehicles on the road then. And now we look around and there's over 500, and it's a completely different landscape. But it's brilliant to have, such a, I suppose, an expertise in that field at such an important time. Roger, I think you've got a question for Ben, haven't you?
Yeah, Ben, so you've started in the Middle East. We work together in Africa. What's your sense and perspective of the rest of the world, South America in particular? Because what I'm always fascinated about in this discussion that we hear around the world about transitions to new mobility, to cleaner technologies and all sorts of things. From where I am in Europe, I don't hear enough about South America, for example. Have you got a kind of global perspective on where you might go with things and what you're maybe tying up with other people on elsewhere?
We do, and I think the recent events, with the coronavirus, are potentially going to propel us in that direction a bit more, which may sound quite bizarre. But I think, what we've been very focused on in the last few years is physical events. And physical events, if anyone out there is, working in events, how resource intensive they are. You really need a lot of resource to get these events together, which does make it hard to expand or to offer the service in different places. So for now, Africa and the Middle East has been our focus, and it takes up a lot of time and energy, and we have a team that is fantastic, and we try and grow that as quickly as possible, but obviously growing a company has its own challenges. But this digital stuff, it's a lot easier to scale.
I'll tell you what, let's jump into our first session, and it's going to be, it'll kick off with a video, and then I'm going to jump over onto another screen to have a discussion after the presentation that we're going to get from Tane Hines. Tane Hines is an extraordinary man, ladies and gentlemen. You will be undoubtedly overwhelmed by just how wonderful this young man is. The session is called A Blind Man with a Vision. That's probably giving the game away a little bit in terms of who Tane is and what he's going to be talking about. But really, without any further ado, because I think it's best to go straight to a video, and then we're going to hear from Tane himself what that's all about. So if we can cue up the video and go to that, that'll be wonderful. And I can stop talking too, which will be even more wonderful. So hopefully we're ready with that.
Today, you'll meet a man who lives in no one's shadow. A man whose desire to live life to the fullest has almost become an obsession. A man who has run marathons, broken land speed records, bungee jumped off one of the highest bridges in the world, and thrown himself out of a plane at a height of 10,000 feet. A man who's led cricket teams to victory internationally, completed the Cape to Rio yacht race at the age of 22. A man who aims to pilot a Boeing 747-400. A living example of what you can achieve if you truly put your mind to it. A man with true vision.
I think the running order looks really good. The times have been tweaked. I understand why you've done it.
So I'm just going live now. Hi everyone, welcome back. So you just saw an introduction to Mr. Hein Wagner. A good friend of mine was introduced to Hein last year, and he's going to give a very inspirational talk, and he does that, at the best of times. But in these current circumstances where, we may be feeling a bit low, there's some crazy stuff going on, I think Hein's talk couldn't have come at a better time to give us some optimism about this incredible world that we live in, with human beings who are incredible as well. So Hein was introduced to me last year by a friend called Kyle Field from Clean Technica. And Kyle sent me an email. It went something like this: Dear Ben, I wanted to introduce you to Hein Wagner. He holds the world record for the blind land speed record. I was like, wow, this is cool. I'm interested. I'm going to read on. I went on to read, Hein is trying to set a new record for the blind land speed, but this time in an electric vehicle. Okay, wow. I was like, this is incredible. I'm really interested. And Kyle thought that Hein could do this at one of our EVRT events, and that there could be some synergies. So I had a call with Hein. The first call went really well. He told me about his charity and what he's doing around the world, his story and how he set the world record and then broke the world record as the fastest blind person in the world in a vehicle. And he said he wants to do it in an electric vehicle, and he wants to raise some money for a charity that he runs, the Hein Wagner Academy. And I said, great, let's do it. I'm behind you. Let's work together on this. Let's try and do it in Africa. So we set about trying to do that last year in South Africa. We couldn't get it together in time because we actually couldn't find a company that would give us a car with that short notice that we had. We tried again for here in Dubai. For this week would have been the world record week. But with everything that's going on, we've decided to move the world record attempt to next year, if not before. And it's going to be cool, you know. Hein Wagner, he's already done it twice. He's going to set a new world record in an electric vehicle, the blind land speed for EV. So he's a great guy. He inspired us in South Africa when he came and gave an incredible talk. And without further ado, I'd love to introduce Mr. Hein Wagner. Hein, how are you doing in Sweden?
Being born blind, when I started to learn to walk about 47 years ago, I had to find a way to navigate the unknown and taking every single step of my life. And today what I want to do essentially in the next 20 minutes is just share with you, with the audience, 3 universal laws.
I'll mute my mic.
I've applied in my life
I guess I'm
that
not
help
on the right
navigate the unknown, number one. And number two, it just created so much light into my life and the people around me. So I was born with a condition called Leber's congenital amaurosis. Now, it's a mouthful, but all it means is my eyes cosmetically apparently developed normally. However, the receptive cells in my retinas didn't develop at all. That left me completely blind. The doctors found this out when I was 6 months old. My parents were completely freaked out about this because they didn't expect me to be blind, number one. There was no blindness in our family. So they did a bit of research, and they found a little school. Okay, I'll just see checking in there. So they found a little school about 100 kilometers north of Cape Town. And at the age of 5, I experienced my second biggest traumatic experience. And that was being dropped off at blind school. Now, I couldn't believe my parents did this to me. It was the most unsettling thing because back at home, I could find my way easily to the bathroom, to my bedroom, to the kitchen, back to my bedroom, especially my bedroom, that deep, dark cave. I never, ever wanted to leave to face the bright lights of society. But Mum said, no, just, do your thing and stay at school. And I couldn't wait to get back home. I got so lost at school. I just wanted to go back home. I had to stay for 5 weeks. And the reason for this was they said to my parents, no, you can't remove this little kid from school after 1 week. He has to stay for 5 to adapt to the new environment. Now, that was a huge, huge challenge. I counted the days, the hours, and the minutes to go back to hang out with my sighted friends, back at home, back at the life that I was used to. So the weekend arrived. 5 weeks later, Mom and Dad picked me up. And as I stepped out the car back at home, I experienced my second biggest traumatic, or in fact, my biggest traumatic experience. And that was standing in our driveway. I realized that all these kids, these little youngsters, sighted kids whom I used to know since I was in my diapers, completely rejected me from their little playgroup. I couldn't understand this. I was, why, guys? What happened? You all knew I was blind when I left. What has changed in the meantime? And I was standing in the driveway and realizing if I want to join these guys, I want to be accepted by them, I have to do what they're doing. And what were they doing? As I stood there, I could hear they're all on their bicycles, cycling up and down their driveway, doing their thing. And I realized that I have to get onto a bicycle and I have to join them. Now, blind kids normally don't own bicycles unless you are fairly sadistic or your parents are fairly sadistic. You're not going to own a bicycle. But my brother owned one. I took it out the garage and I decided that day I will join these kids. So I started walking up and down the drive with my brother's bicycle. 2 hours later, the bike was twice my size. 2 hours later, the tears are running down my face. I realized, Hein, you will never, ever, ever be able to do this. And if you do it, it's going to be incredibly, incredibly dangerous to do. But I continued to walk up and down. 3 hours later, I realized it's not going to work. I'm never going to find a plan. And as I was about to throw the stupid bicycle down and walk away from it, something in the back of my mind said, Hein, just walk 4 more paces.
Mr. Pullen has joined the meeting.
Are we all good, Roger?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, crack on. No, I'm enjoying it. Everybody
are live, are we?
Everybody is Hein.
Are we live?
We are absolutely live.
Okay,
live
sorry, I just heard somebody saying something in the background. I wasn't sure. Sorry.
Yeah, no, anyone in the background, ignore them.
I'll do that.
You're the star, my friend.
So in those 4 paces, when I was about to throw the stupid bicycle down and walk away from it, I just said, walk on, just walk 4 more. And in that time, I could hear this clickety-click sound coming off the back, reflecting off the back of the gears of the bicycle against the pavement. And I realized if I focus hard enough on that tiny little noise, I can use it to a cycle in a straight line. Well, 2 weeks later, I was going up and down the driveway in a straight line. 3 weeks later, I took that same bicycle out onto the road. a month later, I was challenging all these sighted kids and said, come on, guys, do you want to dice me? I promise I'll keep my eyes closed. Very few of them took up the challenge. Now, through my teenage years, things were rough because I was really fighting this blindness. I was not going to accept it just hands down. I was fighting the universe and everybody. And I was sitting in the back of our physiology class at school. And that day, the teacher was discussing the functionality of the eye. Needless to say, I was completely bored. But something she said that day in the back of the classroom sparked a thought in my mind. And that thought was something along the lines of how many kids are actually born with LCA? And I thought, wow, that's quite a neat idea. Maybe I should go do some research. So I sneaked out the classroom, made my way to the library to go do some research. By the way, our physiology teacher was also blind. She never saw me leaving. It was incredible having blind teachers. You could easily pull the wool over their eyes. And as I made my way to the library and I walked in, I started to dust off a number of Braille books because if you try and read a Braille book under the dust, of course, it becomes an incredibly long story. You should never get to the real point. But after some research that day, I discovered that only just one out of 80,000 kids are born with LCA. I had a choice that day. I could either see this as the most negative thing that I've ever discovered, or I could embrace it with everything I own and say, hang on, Hein, the fact that you're different to 80,000 kids is the most unique, the most special, and the most positive thing you've ever discovered. Now, let me be brutally honest. The single most difficult decision I've made to date. But the one thing that I've learned in life, my friend, if you make a decision on your gut feeling, that feeling from deep within, do yourself a favor. Stick to that decision because it might just be the best one you've ever made. Now, I realized back at school, and this is, I'm giving my age away here. Roger keep referring to me as a young man. Thanks for the compliment. But that was my final year of school was back in 1990. And during that year, I realized that the single bridge between me being dependent on other people as a blind person or being completely independent is technology. And of course, today, 50 years later, the landscape has changed completely. In many, many forms. But back in the early 90s, I completely threw myself into computers. And I decided that I'm going to learn everything I can about programming, about computers. I ended up working in the IT industry for about 12 years. In fact, my last real job was international sales manager for a multinational that sold internet security products. And I had a great career, but somewhere within me, there was something missing. I was looking for my purpose. And after a number of adventures, like sailing from Cape Town to Rio on a yacht with a blind guy and a deaf guy, which almost took us to the other part of the world, but, we managed to work out our communication problems. I realized that my purpose in life is to inspire people, to inspire them to turn huge obstacles into major opportunities. That's exactly what I did with my blindness. And on my journey, then I got invited to speak at some corporate organizations. This was 15 years ago. For the last 15 years, I've been traveling the world, speaking all over, inspiring people to do just that. And on one of these occasions, I was invited to India, Mumbai, India. I did a presentation in India. And the next day at breakfast, my host said to me, I don't know if you know this, but on the outskirts of Mumbai is a tiny little school. There's only 40 kids in this school. In the school, what makes the school unique is these kids happen to be deaf and blind. And I thought to myself, how can you navigate a world if you cannot see and you cannot hear? My personal biggest asset, my sense of hearing. And I'm thinking, how are they educating these kids? How is this even possible? I thought to myself as well, I'm so bad with faces. Imagine I can't hear voices. I'll be completely lost. But of course, I wanted to visit the school. So then we arrive at the school, and my host who took me to the school, he said, hi, and they also asked me, if you don't mind, to speak to the kids for a few minutes. And I'm thinking, this is impossible. They can't hear me and they can't see me. How can I talk to them? So I walked into the school. I meet one of the most phenomenal individuals I've met in my life. This gentleman has been at the school for 35 years. He's completely deaf, completely blind. He arrived there as an 8-year-old, and he was educated by the school. He went on to achieve a master's degree in education. Went back to the school. He's educating fellow deaf, blind children. The man sits in front of an ordinary looking computer, 17-inch monitor in front of him for your benefit, that you can look over his shoulder whilst he's typing on a normal touch-type keyboard. He's got a tiny little braille display below his fingers for my benefit, that whilst he's typing on his normal keyboard, I can put my fingers on the braille display in real time. As he's typing, I can feel in braille what he's saying. So obviously I got an opportunity to type on his keyboard. So as we swapped hands and I started typing, what do you think was my first question to him? Sir, how on earth did you achieve a master's degree in education? You are completely deaf and completely blind. We swap hands. He started typing. I start feeling the braille display. He said, Hein, you have to understand that a deaf-blind person's world and ends begin well, as far as his or her fingers can reach. Within that, we have to educate. I said, fair enough, but how do you do this? You want me to speak to these children? He said, well, we developed a tactile sign language at the school. So the kids physically hold hands, and by moving their fingers, they can feel what the other child is saying. I'm saying, okay, but that doesn't solve my problem. They can't hear me. He said, no, the first guy can hear. There's actually 40 of them holding hands. So as the first guy tells the story to number 2, they're all sitting in a circle, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. It takes, of course, about 13 and a half minutes for the last guy to catch the joke. But, you know, you last in life, laughed the longest, even at the deaf-blind school in Mumbai. I was so profoundly moved by that experience. People often ask me, Hein, if you had a choice, I never had one, but if you had a choice, Hein, would you want to be deaf or would you want to be blind? I can truly, honestly not answer you, but I can tell you this. The one thing I do know is I do not want to be both deaf and blind. And that brings me today to that first universal law that has meant more to me than sight ever can. And that, my friend, is the law of appreciation. Appreciate what you've got, because I promise you there are hundreds, thousands, in fact, millions of people out there that are less fortunate than you are. And remember, the things me and you, the things we take for granted, someone else right now is praying for. Now you might go, what is my link to smarter mobility? Well, there is a big one. Besides the fact that I'm an absolute car fanatic, amongst other things, now a blind car fanatic, yes, I also on 2 occasions broke the world blind land speed record. My current record sits at 322.52 kilometers an hour. And it is my intention to break the world blind land speed record, or set a new world blind land speed record in an EV, electric vehicle. And that is how my paths crossed with Ben at Generation E. And thank you, Ben, for your support over the last 12 months, and all of you. And, you know, when the world is in a better space, I'm sure this dream is going to come to fruition. But let me just tell you a little bit about my journey in becoming the fastest blind man in the world. So my dad, when I went to school, he had to change jobs. He was going to move to Johannesburg, which is quite a far away from Cape Town. I was in a boarding school in Cape Town, so he decided, no, he will start a new job. He moved into the car industry out of banking. So every day there was a new car in our driveway, and I became fascinated by these cars. And I soon knew, I was 9 when I realized I'm never going to be able to drive one. And if I do it, it's going to be extremely illegal to do it. But I never gave up on that dream. And fast forward 20 years later, I decided not only am I going to drive a fast car, I will become the fastest blind man on 4 wheels. So I phoned up my local Ferrari Maserati importer in Cape Town and went straight through to the CEO. I said, hey, my name is Hein. He said, hello, Hein, I'm blind. He said, okay. I said, yeah, I'm just curious. I want to break the world blind land speed record. Do you have a car that can exceed 300 or 250 kilometers an hour? He said, my friend, I've got plenty. I said, well, will you sponsor me one for the world blind land speed record? He said, of course. I got such a fright when the man said yes, I just put the phone down. So the next morning I called him back and I said, I guess we need to sign a contract. And he said, what for? I said, for the world blind land speed record. You promised yesterday you're going to sponsor me a car to do this. He said, listen, young man, yesterday was the 1st of April. I thought you were kidding. So he actually came to the party, sponsored the car. It took me 6 months to convince anybody to get in. My friend said to me, Hein, we like you, but not that much. So eventually I found a company, Speed Record SA, a gentleman back in South Africa that promotes South Africa as a land speed record breaking destination. I phoned him up and he said, well, it sounds a bit dangerous, but come see me face to face and we can talk about it. My initial thought was face to face, what a waste of time for me. But I went up and saw him. I grabbed a cup of coffee in the coffee shop, and as we sat down, he said, "Hein, how on earth are we going to do this?" I said, "I don't know. All I know is the Guinness Book of Records said you jump in the passenger seat and explain to me where to go." He then suggested, "Okay, well, we have a bit of a problem." I said, "Yeah, I know about a few," but he said, "Yeah, Hein, but one of the problems is I'm not that great with my left and my right." I'm thinking to myself, which part of I'm totally blind did this guy not quite understand? So he said, "No, Hein, relax. I'm going to stick an L on your left hand and an R on your right hand, and I'll tell you to go a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right." Fair enough. However, 5 minutes into the conversation with him, I realized this man also suffers from one incredible stutter. Can you possibly imagine driving at 265 kilometers an hour and this guy goes left? Someone, of course, is going to get hurt in the process. Well, I tell you what, we worked out a system of numbers, actually, where 5 was the middle of the runway, 6, 7, 8, 9, as he says, I'm going too far to the right, is 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 3, 2, 1 is too far to the left, 6, 7, 8, 9, too far to the right. So basically stay on 5 to stay alive. Now, he's an engineer back from South Africa, but at 275 kilometers an hour, this guy sounds like an auctioneer, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 1, 9, 5, 5, 5. In fact, 280 kilometers an hour, he was speaking fluently, lost his stutter completely. So as we drove off the runway, he grabbed me by the sleeve and he said, "Hein, this is something I need to share with you." And I said, "Ray, this is not a good at the time. I also developed a little stutter at 280 kilometers an hour." He said, "Hein, I just want to tell you that 15 years ago," now bear in mind, he used to be a top racing driver in the UK, and he said, 15 years ago, Hein, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. 15 years ago, I lost all the movement in my arms. I lost all the movement in my legs. And I had to quit the one thing I love most in life, racing cars faster than 250 kilometers an hour. But I set myself a goal and said, one day, just one day, I'm going to recover significantly enough to get back into a car and drive faster than 250 kilometers an hour." Not only did he do it, he unselfishly did it in the passenger seat, allow me to achieve my dream. And that brings me to the second universal law that I want to leave with you today. And that's that one thing that's so very difficult to build up and so easy to break down. And it's called trust. Nurture your trust relationships. I promise you they will turn out to be the most significant relationships in your life. Now you might ask me, "Hein, why on earth do you want to do all these crazy, painful adventures? Why do you want to do Ironman? Why do you want to cycle something like the toughest mountain bike race on the planet? Why do you want to go and run the Antarctica Marathon?" Well, I had to dig quite deep to find the answers to all my adventures. Why do I want to do them? By the age of 16, I have climbed Table Mountain back in Cape Town 6 times. Not because I was a born adventurer. You know why I climbed it 6 times by the age of 60? Because I got so tired of sighted people telling me about this picture-perfect postcard view and what it looks like, and every day apparently it looks different. So I went and climbed it 6 times to find out what it looks like for myself. And what happened in the process, I completely, utterly, totally fell in love with the smell of the fauna and flora, the texture of the inside of the protea flower between my fingers. And back then, I made a deal with myself. I said, one day when I have a real job, I'm going to go out back into nature as often as I can to recharge, revitalize, and re-energize my soul, that I can be ready for the challenges that life might bring my way. And of course, today I realize that my picture of Table Mountain is completely, totally, utterly different to yours. But I've also come to learn it truly, honestly does not matter. The second reason I'm doing these crazy adventures is to benefit an organization that I founded. It's called the Hein Wagner Academy. It's back in Worcester, South Africa, in the same town as the school that I went to, the blind school. I started the academy for adult blind people. So currently in the academy, South Africa from tomorrow onwards is on complete lockdown for, I think, 21 days to start with. And the president of South Africa and the government is taking the lead on this with corporate business to try and stop the spread of this coronavirus. So the academy will also obviously be closed. I have just short of 40 blind people in the academy. We recently, it's all blind adults, and we do multiple of qualifications. The one we're very proud of that we recently rolled out is to train blind people to become cybersecurity analysts. So it's a whole new field for us at the Academy. We've partnered with Cisco, we've partnered with Absa and a number of other organizations around the world to make this reality. We offer a 3-year international qualification to train blind people as cybersecurity analysts, something they can even do from the comfort of their home. And I think more and more that's going to become the new norm, is to work remotely. Now, why am I telling you this? Why am I telling you about the Academy? Because it's also part of my purpose. And it brings me to the third and the final universal law that I want to leave with you today, and the single biggest lesson I've learned in my 47 years having had the privilege of walking this earth. And that is, my friend, if you give just a little bit of what you've got, you will get more than you can ever imagine. Even if it's just a little bit of your most valuable asset, your time. Now, speaking of which, I think I'm almost running out of mine. But I just want to briefly, for 1 minute, take you back to my first memory. So when I was 5 years old, and I went to blind school, that terrible, most traumatic memory when I got back home and those sighted kids rejected me from their little playgroup. I was standing in the driveway and I took my brother's bicycle out the garage. I got onto that bicycle after 3 hours of tears running down my face. I started to hear that clickety-click sound. Now, I was about to throw it down, but I said to myself, just 4 more paces. And in that 4 paces, I heard the clickety-click sound reflecting off the pavement. Now, if I threw that bicycle down, my life would have probably turned out completely differently. But you know what? I didn't. Think about the things I had to deal with staying safe in that bicycle saddle. Oncoming cars, parked cars, pedestrians, lampposts, trees, you name it. We had these 2 huge flower pots on either side of our driveway, and I could hear them when cycling past them. Nobody knew this, but the frequency of the clickety-click noise slightly went up. So I could take a hard right-hand turn or a hard left-hand turn into the driveway, showing everyone of all these sighted kids, look at me, I can do what you can do. And for me, Hein, to stay safe in that bicycle saddle, I only used 4 senses, because I only own 4 senses. My challenge to you today is just think about the results you can deliver in your personal life, business life, on any kind of level, if you just start using all 5 yours on a daily basis. We all have different challenges. Mine some days may be a bit darker than yours. I do not know the answers, but I can tell you this: the day that I started looking at blindness, this huge personal obstacle, from a slightly different perspective, it became the greatest opportunity I could ever dream for. If you change, my friend, the way you look at things, I guarantee you the things you look at will change. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am blind. Exactly what is your excuse? I thank you.
Oh, my word, Hein, my friend, honestly, that's one person clapping you, but I'm telling you there will be thousands. You are such an inspiring person. And yes, you are a young man, because I'm not.
Most kind, Roger. Thank you so much.
You know what? Especially for these times, Hein, I want to show the video now. We're going to run to a video, because you showed us this extraordinary video of your speed test, your speed run. So we're going to run to that now. I'm going to use the thing you recommended, trust that the team are going to do that. So I'm going to count down from
no
5.
problem. It's actually the mountain bike race, so it's cute, but I'm sure they're going to run it now. Thank you, Roger.
Okay. Yeah. Have we got the video? I'm going to give it a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then we'll come back. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Run the video, please.
I always sort of looked at this thing and I went, People are very, very brave or very stupid to do it. I don't think I can do that.
The Cape Epic doesn't do anything that's not extreme. It takes you very far, very long, pushes you through very extreme conditions. You have to know that the chances of failing is bigger than the chances of succeeding.
our approach all along was simply, we're going to ride a safe race, and we're not going to be breaking any bones, collarbones, and we're not going to fall off the bike, and all sorts of wonderful dreams about how smooth this whole thing is going to be. Well, well, well. It turned out to be the complete opposite. The fact that I'm blind is probably just a personality issue or a characteristic, you know, and so be it.
Hein has to trust me 100%. He has got no option whatsoever.
It was the first time that a blind person was going to attempt to do this, so we couldn't turn to anybody for advice. When you hit the single track early in the morning, he's still bubbly and talking a lot, but I mean, an epic stage is, you lose your sense of humor. You, in a way, I think some days you completely lose your personality. Swing the bike around, get back up, I've got to find my pedals, I've got to be back on. You know, we're all in a hurry because there's people behind us, you don't want to keep them up, there's that kind of pressure. I need to get my foot into the cleat and then start pedaling, and then this carries on and on and on and on.
Sometimes Hein was quiet, and he was quiet for a reason. He was hurting, and he thought he'd rather keep it to himself rather than talking to me.
Sweeping left, from the downhill, through potholes, hold it there. Okay, you can wind it.
I had to dig in places where I never knew I had places to get through that thing. The focus for 8 days, being on that bike, every moment of the way on the Epic, every second of those 51 hours that it took us to cycle it, I was another second away from another fall. And I never knew which side that fall was going to come from. So, and by day 4, I was so sore, you know, my ribs, I was purple. And to know that in the next second you're going to fall on that same spot again, and there's not going to be enough time for you to find a way to stop yourself from falling on that same spot. So it is it's definitely the hardest thing I've ever done. And I discovered parts of myself I never knew existed, in my personality, me as a human being, during the Epic.
We showed everybody out there that anything is possible.
You know, when I saw it in South Africa, I could hardly speak. Which anyone who knows me thinks, well, that's a first. That's good news. So listen, we're going to crack on then with a few questions. If I can, I think you referenced it a few times. What have you learned during this extraordinary life you live that you can be applied to everybody now in dealing with this current challenge? You know, you've dealt with epic challenges, you know lots of other people who do likewise. Can I pick any one particular thing out of that you'd suggest we all did in terms of coping with not being able to see the immediate future? That's our collective sense of, we can't see when this finishes, we can't see how we get back to normal.
Sure.
How can you help us see?
I think the only example that I can, you know, as a blind person, there are many things that come on your way, and one of them is maybe more for blind people than for other people is fear. Now, I think what this thing does is unleash so much fear into society, and maybe rightfully so. But I think what helped me in life thus far is managing my fear. I acknowledge fear for what it is. Yes, it's giving you a message that something is dangerous. But if I want to cross the road and go buy bread and milk, just to be independent, to be the independent me, and there's a bus or a truck on its way, that is fearful. But I need to tell fear, hey, thanks for pointing this out. You go sit on the couch for a little while because I need to cross the road to go buy bread and milk. So I think acknowledging fear and managing fear, because if you do not manage fear, it's going to suffocate you.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm just so happy that I've never been afraid of the dark, because that could have kept me busy for a while, Roger.
Yeah, I got to tell you though, Hein, I mean, honestly, you need to be on the telly a lot more, helping and telling people, because when people understand your story, what you just explained, that's just helped me, and I'm sure a lot of other people on this call. Another couple of quick questions. So tell us a bit more about the charity then. How can people help with that? Is there a website people need to come on? Audience, how do we help you with that?
Absolutely, yeah. So it is a big shock for us, with the current situation, for everybody. So we have to find a way forward. So our website is www.heinwagneracademy.org. That's the official website. Otherwise, if you fail to find that, you can just Google my name, Hein Wagner. The email address info@heinwagner.com also comes straight to me. We are well spread on Google, so please reach out. Any kind of support. We also have a plan, beyond this to maybe by June, July, or even later this year, to take on 10 more blind students in the cybersecurity realm. So we're not going to lose our rhythm. We have to adapt to this new challenge. But anybody that can in any way support us, please get in touch.
Wonderful. And I'm going to do one final thing, because we are tight for time. Listen, the speed record in an electric car has got to be in a Tesla. And I want to see you sat next to Elon Musk. Let's try and get Elon Musk. Anybody listening who knows Elon, and now you know Hein, could you imagine these two extraordinary people together? Elon Musk and Hein Wagner. What a pairing that would be. So, Elon, come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. Fine.
If you think you're safe enough, allow a blind guy behind the wheel.
Look, wonderful. You've helped us see the future better than anything I've heard of or seen these last few weeks especially. So, Hein Wagner, epic traveler, epic extraordinaire, wonderful human being. Thank you so much. We're going to go to another video now, but we'll hear from you again, I've no doubt. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, Hein.
Thanks, Ben. Bye now.
Cheers, Hein. That was brilliant. I'm dropping off now.
I'm going to close it.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Ich bin Thorsten Schrader, ich arbeite in der Vorentwicklung für Fahrzeugkonzepte und beschäftige mich seit 3 Jahren eigentlich mit dem Thema Mikromobilität. Der Scooter, der hat 4 Räder. Ich kann mit beiden Achsen lenken. Das heißt, ich habe einen viel kleineren Wendekreis, habe dann natürlich Skateboard-typischen Bewegungsablauf. Ich komme damit so 15 bis 20 Kilometer weit. Das reicht auch vollkommen. Es ist ein ergänzendes Produkt für die letzte Meile. Das kann ich im Kofferraum mitnehmen, in der Bahn mitnehmen und damit dann mir noch einen Bustransfer zum Beispiel sparen oder eben von einer Elektroladesäule bis zu meinem eigentlichen Ziel oder nach Hause fahren. Ich kann ganz entspannt mit einer Hand fahren, das heißt, ich kann mich leichter umsehen, ich kann mich auch mal am Kopf kratzen, ohne dass ich falle. Wenn wir mit unserem Audi e-tron Scooter durch die Stadt fahren, dann merkt man ganz schnell, dass man gar nicht einfach nur geradeaus irgendwo hinfahren will, sondern man fängt automatisch an, so ein bisschen zu carven und Kurven zu fahren und sich vor allen Dingen auch dann immer mehr in die Kurven reinzulehnen. Und das fühlt sich so ein bisschen an wie auf der Welle reiten, also wie Surfen. Und deswegen sind wir ganz schnell da auf diesen Begriff Asphaltsurfen gekommen, weil es ist irgendwie mehr als einfach nur vorankommen. Es ist tatsächlich auch Mobilität mit Spaß.
Hey guys, Jacob Bushoka here at the Sun Arena Times Square in Pretoria. An epic adventure is about to get underway. A few cars are heading down to Cape Town and they will not be stopping at any fuel station for fuel because it's all electric. I can't wait to follow this journey. Jaguar I-Pace, BMW i3 and Nissan Leaf. It looks like it's going to be tons of fun. The FOMO is officially kicking in. It all ends in 9 days in Cape Town. I can't wait to see this journey.
So really pumped about this, EVRT Africa Day 1. And we are heading off to EV Dynamics.
Probably didn't see it because you're getting prepped for this session, but Tane Hines is a blind, well, forget that bit because he's basically just an extraordinary human being that does incredible stuff, including driving cars very, very fast without knowing where he's going other than a little bit of a nudge from his co-pilot. An amazing man. Anyway, we're going to be talking about something else amazing as a panel. So I'm going to ask you to quickly introduce yourselves in a moment, but just so that everyone watching knows what we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about electric aircraft. We're going to be talking about how do we get in the skies, fly in the skies using batteries, maybe fuel cells. There's a whole host of applications and opportunities to deal with that. We're going to find out about that from you all. But if we could have a quick 60-second intro from each of you. As I look at my screen, I'm going to come to the first box that's up on the bit here. Daniel. So Daniel, if you could just say who you are, what you do, and the company name, please. Thank you.
So I am Daniel Audagic. I am the CEO of the company AV Living Lab. We are a living lab in Europe where we prototype, test future mobility solutions and moving from connected and autonomous vehicles to urban air mobility solutions like drones and passenger drones and cargo drones and air taxis.
Wow, that was brilliantly done as well. Nice and straight into it. So Shadi, you're up next. You're my little box just over here. So it's over to you, sir. There you are. Great.
Thank you. Hi. Yeah, my name is Shadi Al Abdallah, and I'm an advisor to Elroy Air. Elroy Air, we're developing an autonomous aerial cargo system with vertical takeoff and landing capability to deliver upwards of 100 kg payload for a range of 500 kilometers. The challenge is trying to solve the challenge of current infrastructure challenges in the developed world and in developing countries as well.
Wow. Shadi, thank you. You guys are really good at making it succinct. I need to learn from you because I talk too much. Next one, oh no, over here again. Pamir, it's over to you. Thank you, Shadi.
Hi, this is Pamir Siddensel. Certainly great to be on a panel with all of you and in this conference. I'm the Urban Air Mobility Strategy Manager for AirMap. And AirMap is a US-based company. Essentially, we do drone traffic management, which means air traffic control for drones. We're taking today's air traffic control and then digitizing it, automating it. But of course, today it's drones and tomorrow it's vehicles like electric VTOLs that carry people. So that is the future that we're looking at.
Wow, that's amazing, Pamir. And I've got to say, in terms of the live feeds we've had from different people, you have got the poshest house in the world, because you've got you've got masterpieces on the wall behind you. Most people have got the washing or some other stuff. You've got old masters up on the wall. That's extraordinary.
Right. Our house is like a museum, thanks to my mom. She's like an internal architect, so.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. Well, listen, we're going to jump back to you, Daniel, because let me ask a quick question. In terms of getting things up in the air, whether they're drones or whether they're cargo aircraft or passenger aircraft, we know on the ground we primarily so far been using batteries for electrification. How much do you see fuel cells to be blended into this journey towards electrification in the air? Do you have a sense or perspective of that, please?
Yes, let me just a little bit share my screen as well.
Thank you.
So we can see it. So we are basically a city district within the city of Ljubljana. And we perform the large-scale proof of concepts. And basically why we do that is because when you are thinking about future mobility solution, drone, VTOLs, electric charging, fuel cells, kerosene, basically one thing is what R&D departments are developing. But another thing is when you bring it to a people, to human-centric kind of design. And when you want to gain public acceptance, this is where the real-life testings are really important. So what we found out is that there are different propulsion technologies evaluated by different companies. So we have a lot of drone companies, and we have more than 250 designs for VTOLs. And of course, the greener the technology is, the batteries. But again, we need to see what is the life endurance, so how long it can stay in the air to pass the certification process, or FAA or EASA. So to answer your question, we believe that technology is in developing phase. And for drones, we believe that applications can start to be tested with experimental flight and testing. While for the VTOLs, we believe that there should be more development on the battery side, and on the fuel cell, we need more large-scale testing. Because one thing is what brands are claiming in their white papers or presentations, but another thing is when you test it in the real-life environment, in all weather conditions, how this really turns out.
Very good, very good. Shadi, do you want to have? Thank you. That's really good, and thanks for sharing that screenshot. That was very clear and very helpful. Shadi, what's your sense of the mix of battery and fuel cell in the journey?
Yeah, actually, if you can share, Daniel, if you can share just the photo of the aircraft, just to get a size of it. Yeah. So, I feel like the battery technology is not there for significant cargo, if you're talking 100 kg, 150 kg. And so at this stage, I think the first jump is going to be to a hybrid solution with a fuel-powered engine with some batteries on boards for part of the system. But because, the batteries are they don't have that density to power to weight ratio just yet. And that'll take away a lot of the usefulness of the solution if a lot of the payload you're going to be carrying is going to be battery. So I feel like that there's going to be a small kind of a curve that it'll go from a hybrid solution to more of a battery, 100% battery solution.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've got to be honest with you. I'm gonna mention a company in a minute. There is a reason, partly why I'm asking this. Zero Avia is initially a US-based company. It's now in the UK as well, working on hydrogen fuel cell aviation for passenger and for cargo. So yeah, I'm really intrigued on this blend of the two, or one or the other. What about Pamir? What's your sense of where we are with these two kind of energy propositions, fuel cell and battery?
Well, so, AirMap is a unmanned traffic management company, so we're kind of agnostic, whether the vehicle is propulsed in a certain way or not. We will have to, when we're safely and efficiently separating these aircraft once they're up in the air on our urban skies, whether they're hydrogen fuel cell or they're electric or they're hybrid electric. For us, what that means is, what does the vehicle performance mean? What does the range mean? What do the speeds mean? And we have to look at those rather than the specific propulsion system from our perspective, so that we can efficiently and safely separate these aircraft and effectively route them over our sky. So from our perspective, we are agnostic about that. But, my personal view is whatever is sustainable and possible in the short and midterm, I am supportive of that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's an interesting, who's put that graph up? That's
me. I'm just referring what Shadi was mentioning. So Shadi, maybe you can just explain again the comparison between batteries and jet fuel. And I also agree that hybrid for now, for basically passenger VTOLs and cargo VTOL is the solution to go, and then migrating it to all batteries in near future.
Yeah, I actually can't see what you're sharing. So if you want to go ahead and summarize that, that would be okay.
Can you see my screen?
I can see it fine. We've got batteries, methanol, ethanol, kerosene, propane, methane down one fuel type column. Then we've got watt hour per kilogram in the middle, then eco-friendly, yes or no. Kerosene, jet fuel, eco-friendly, no.
So maybe
I knew that one.
Yeah, maybe I will just share. So basically, we are limited with space in the future VTOL designs. So we can just place a limited weight on those aircrafts, and per kilogram, what kind of power we get out. And obviously, we see that because of the density, basically the batteries are not giving us enough power and source to stay longer in the air and to pass the certification process, where it's mandatory 30 minutes reserve after you land. You need to have it on. So what we see is that with kerosene or also hydrogen, we get bigger output out. So I just want to share this with the audience to understand where we are.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Can I ask you guys another question? In terms of developing technology and helping progress, and it's good that you're doing it, good anyone does it, how much do you go to the end user part, to the customer end, to the market end, to the sense of where would this fit in if we manage to make it happen? Because I think with a lot of technologies that they feel very scientific, they feel very engineering based, but I think as Steve Jobs used to famously say, start with a customer and work backwards. So would any of you like to share with us how much of that you've done? Who are the customers for eVTOL? Who are the customers for electric passenger aviation or freight aviation? And how much will they pay for this technology if you manage to deliver it? Can you talk about that at all? Shadi, give us a sense of that in your view, please.
Absolutely. So I'll give you kind of a use case. There's a lot of oil platforms off the coast of many countries, and the transport they use for delivering people and equipment is helicopters. So what these guys are paying is about $3,500 per hour for utilizing helicopters. So you're never going to replace the helicopter because you still need to transport people, workers. But there's an opportunity there where for non-people payload, you can use some of these aircraft. And payload. What we're seeing is that payload of around 100 to 200 to 250 kg, and then within a range of 200 kilometers, 250 kilometers. That's kind of like a sweet spot for some of these oil and gas customers. So we're looking into some of those use cases, and if we can carve out some of that helicopter usage and replace it with some of the VTOL usage, that can make a really big difference on their bottom line.
Yes. I've listened a couple of times to a lady called Dr. Anita Sengupta, and she has an eVTOL business. If you've not come across any of her work and her ambition, I can't remember the company's names off the top of my head.
Aerospace X.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And she's an ex-NASA. She's a. When people say it's not rocket science, it is to Anita, because that's been her job. She's done that stuff. So yeah, it's cool. What's your sense, Pamir, about where we're going with all of this? Where is the market? Where is the proposition in terms of unit cost, customer attraction, etc.? How much of that have you scoped?
Well, I can give you the perspective of AirMap and unmanned traffic management with a case study. Let me share my screen here. So, can everybody see my screen well?
Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you. Nice.
So, AirMap, as I said, we're agnostic in terms of vehicle type, except the one that you see on the left, which is electric stall or CTOL, conventional takeoff and landing. But on the right, you have all these small drones up to the large drones. Basically, have different kind of performance for weight, payloads. But then on the very right, you have these electric VTOLs that can carry people, right? So this is like the most complex mission here, the urban air mobility mission. But, to really enable this, we cannot have these vehicles, they need to access controlled airspace. And that means major city centers. And if you look at major city centers, they're usually covered by major airports. Let me show you one of our case studies here. And in order to access the airspace, a couple of years before, you needed to call the tower. And then 90 days before, you need to obtain an airspace authorization to fly for drones itself. So, we thought that is totally unscalable. You cannot have this voice-based technology. So what we have offered as an industry, and AirMap was the first to do this in the US, is these kind of digital airspace authorizations near airports. So what is called LANs, the low altitude authorization and notification capability. Basically, you go onto our app and you're able to submit a flight plan. And in seconds, you can get a flight authorization or a rejection based on what the Civil Aviation Authority has given you. And this has really enabled the economy, drone economy to pick up. I mean, back in 2017, when you didn't really have this capability, you had maybe 15K flights in the US in controlled airspace. But when we fast forward to 2019, you can really see that exponential growth up to 150,000 flights a year, just in the US alone. So this kind of thing we're already enabling. This is already being used by commercial drone pilots in the US. And we envision similar products for, larger vehicles like Elroy or passenger carrying vehicles, such that they can access airspace quickly, efficiently, and safely, complying to regulation. That's what we think is going to enable scale in this round.
Right. No, that's really good. That's good data. That's interesting. As a useful and helpful perspective, if I may just briefly mention ZeroAvia, the reason why I'm going to do that is I have helped the founder, Val Miftakov, and his team with a few things, because Val has jumped across from electric vehicle charging into electric aviation. If you're not familiar with ZeroAvia, then please have a look at that. But the big opportunity Val sees is the cost of maintenance of an engine-based aircraft, stripping it down, checking it out, servicing it, putting it back together is so expensive. It's eye-watering how much it costs. I had no idea. So the simplicity of having electric motors and having a far cheaper proposition to service and maintain is one of the massive benefits of electric aviation. I guess you guys on this call all know that anyway. But again, I go back to my point around how do you look at this from a customer-centric point of view? If you're saying to operators, you can substantially, massively reduce your servicing costs to keep things in the air, that's got to be a big benefit in terms of, the cost-benefit analysis of going on this journey of electrifying flight. So do you have, what's your experience or knowledge of that in terms of the storytelling of all of this, that helping people to feel confident we're going to the right place?
Yeah. So what's great on this panel is that Shadi represents, let's say, so-called hardware, Pamir software, and me infrastructure. So basically, my role is to present the city view, because we are a city lab, city as a lab. So where public acceptance is a key. We did a pilot with autonomous shuttle Navia, and in one day, more than 1,100 people took a ride. And we did survey before and after. And before, people were a little bit, I would not say afraid, but they had mixed feelings because there was no steering wheel, no driver, only operator inside. But after that experience, everybody loved it. So before, let's say that public acceptance was around 40%. So let's see who will go first. But after that, I could say it was 100% public acceptance. Now, going to the question about application and use cases. So I believe that drones will be the first, let's say, mode of transport, and then VTOLs will come after. And cargo will really be growing fast. It's like broadband. Before broadband, we have just basic emailing and websites. And after broadband, we got e-commerce, e-banking, a lot of new applications. Same will go here. So what those three components we are building together with regulators, we are building an ecosystem, a new highway, aerial highway, and the new application will start. So for passengers, I believe in corridors in the beginning. So airport to city, helipad, like in London, we already have a corridor for helicopters. So I believe VTOLs can use it as well if they pass the certification. Then in Singapore will be a corridor for tourists going from A to B, do the selfie, and you have millions of tourists, and they will take this 15-minute ride and so on. Then will be between two cities and water in between. So they will just go coast to coast. Will be another one. So I'm a true believer in air shuttles in the beginning because you achieve utilization to get this very promising pricing that some air taxi providers are claiming. And they're claiming on all seat occupancy. And air taxi one-to-one is difficult.
Daniel, sorry to cut you off there. We're going to wrap in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to go to Shadi and Pamir in a moment. But that was a wonderful description, and you clearly are on your game in terms of understanding the structure of both what you're doing and what the market is. So thank you. That was a beautiful summary. I was going to ask for a summary, but you kind of just gave it there. So that was good. So I'm going to give Shadi and Pamir, sorry guys, only 60 seconds each just to wrap up. So thank you, Daniel. Shadi, if you can give us your quick condensed 60 seconds then in terms of where you are and what you think is going to happen next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like the unit economics and the safety involved with delivering, small payloads, 5, 10 kg in an urban setting, I think we're not going to see that for a while. I think initially where that's going to begin is point-to-point heavy cargo, going from maybe outskirts of a city to another distribution center where you're not flying over a heavily populated area and you're flying the same route from a secure location to another secure location. I think that's where the regulations will open first. And then, once the infrastructure and the UTM is a little bit more advanced is where you're going to see more delivery within the secure point to an unknown point of delivery within an urban setting. And then you'll see the people cargo, as you can call it.
Yes, good. Okay, no, that sounds logical. That makes sense. Pamir, it's over to you. You're going to wrap this session, so give us your thoughts, please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with everything that Daniel and Shadi said. It's going to start in low-risk areas, and for operations to really go up in our urban skies when we're flying over people, or at night. So what we call high-risk operations, this is when drone traffic management can really make an impact because it's a very data-based construct. And if we're able to, source the data about ground population, ground mobility, noise, a noise heat map of the urban area, we are actually, I think, UTM is going to enable access to these higher risk areas. So we will really need to be careful about these data sources, and we have to be data heavy on this without, of course, infringing upon personally identifiable information. Yeah, I mean, one caveat to what Daniel said, drones will come first, that's for sure, but I think it might be a different question for autonomy. If you ask me, I think electric VTOLs, passenger carrying vehicles that have VTOL capability may come earlier than autonomous small drones themselves, because you will initially have piloted operations for these passenger carrying vehicles. And I think this is also the view of Mark Moore, who was a long-term NASA scientist now leading Uber Elevate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Pamir, we're going to wrap there, but thank you. Guys, you really do know your stuff, and that's been really helpful for me, and I hope for the audience. So thank you so much for that. You can't hear it, but there's digital applause in the background. So thank you for each one, especially Pamir from the poshest live feed that we've had during the whole show. So that's wonderful. We're now going to go to a presentation from Tim Hang Louis, who is the founder and CEO of Open Motors, around battery swap and energy storage for the grid. We saw a bit of this briefly yesterday, but we'd like to run it for the whole show now. So we're going to say thank you to Daniel, Shadi and Pamir, and go over to the video from Tin Hang. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Tin, founder and CEO of Open Motors, a company backed by Y Combinator and based in Silicon Valley in China. Today I'm going to talk about battery swap and energy storage for the grid. So the rise of EV is a massive trend that over the internal combustion engine vehicles. And you see companies like Tesla, they are doing an amazing job integrating seamlessly energy and mobility solutions. And according to Bloomberg, we might see the sales of electric vehicles surpassing the ICE, internal combustion engine ones, in 2040. Another big trend that is happening is that the lithium-ion battery prices keep falling down. Okay, and you see that in about 10 years of span, the delta is about 90%, pretty massive. Obviously, there are differences and problems. So the energy density is definitely one of them. And in a 1 kilogram of gasoline, you actually have 10 kilowatt hours of energy, while in a 1 kilogram of a lithium-ion battery, you only have 0.14. And fast charging is another huge challenge because we can see it easily in our smartphones or laptops. Okay, the more we use fast charging, the more our battery degrade very, very quickly, and this is happening also with EVs. Okay, so yeah, fast charging is literally killing the chemistry inside the battery. Another big trend is related to the rise of the services such as Uber, Didi, Ola, Grab, Amazon, food delivery. Okay. And over the private car market that is declining pretty fast. In fact, according to Bloomberg, we might remember 2019 as the peak of production and peak of sales of especially in the private car market. Okay, so big groups such as Geely from China, this group owns Volvo, 50% of Smart, 10% of Daimler, or Tata from India that owns Jaguar, Land Rover. They are facing massive double-digit losses in their sales and profits. And even China, the #1 market, cannot save the whole industry forever. Actually, things there are changing pretty fast. The new opportunity is mobility as a service, also known as MaaS. Combined with AI is going to be a huge opportunity of over $7 trillion by 2050, according to Strategy Analytics and Intel. And in China, the biggest local car manufacturer, together with Nielsen, they said that mobility as a service most likely will become dominant, bigger than public transportation and personal mobility combined. Thankfully, all these insights, all this data, actually, thankfully we have the opportunity to get in touch with some of the biggest service companies around the globe, moving people, moving goods, also global Fortune 500 companies in energy and infrastructure. So I'm going to share you more data, okay, such as the daily usage, for example. The private car markets is actually pretty different from services, fleet operators. So the average usage of a private user globally is about 2 hours of driving daily, and the lifespan of the vehicle is about 10 years. Which means that the vehicle is basically parked easily more than 90% of the lifetime. Then, on the other hand, we have fleet operators with their services that are constantly moving people and goods up to 24 hours a day, non-stop. So obviously the usage is at least 10 times more, and the lifespan drops dramatically, sometimes less than 2 years. So we have big problems, such as the warranty. The standard warranty of 100,000 miles or kilometers, about 8 years, is more than okay for private users. But for service providers, this is definitely not enough. These cars are actually used many hours, and easily in a year they reach 100,000 miles or kilometers pretty fast. Okay, so I give you an example. Grab, just in 2018, they almost reached 1 billion of kilometers driven by their fleet. And fleet operators, they care mostly about one thing called TCO, total cost of ownership, which means the initial cost of buying a vehicle, maintenance, repair, insurance, taxes, everything that you can see here. And there's an interesting study from McKinsey about how to make the electric vehicle industry profitable, because right now most of them are losing money per vehicle sold. And in this report, actually, they say that economically it makes sense to target fleet customers, especially in the high mileage category, and they prioritize TCO higher than any other buying factors. So technologies such as a battery swap can help to optimize and lower the cost of the TCO. Even Tesla, they tried to put this in the market some years ago, but it didn't went pretty well. And this is actually not a new technology. Is the first battery swap technology service actually started in 1910. And recently companies like these 3 companies, they tried to put it in the market in the recent years, but it didn't went very well. Okay. And one of the main reasons is that for these 3 players, one station cost, excluding batteries, is above $1 million US. Very expensive. So that's a pretty bad news for all the fleet operators, because most of the car companies are focusing on the private car market, and in the transition from ICE to electric, from combustion to electric. And there is no major advancement in advanced modularity, okay? Like in airplanes from Boeing or Airbus. The TCO is very
fleets of vehicles can last 10 times longer, customizable, modular, and upgradable. Designed to last, designed to evolve.
So we extended the advanced modularity of the vehicle to the battery. Now you can detach the battery and swap it in just 2 minutes and a half. Very, very fast. And two main things related to this. First is the battery swap is available to all vehicle manufacturers, cars, mini trucks, and buses. And we already talked with some of the biggest ones. And second is that the batteries inside these stations can be used as energy storage. And third is that, let's say, our technology, we can say that it's comparable, actually it's more advanced, but the only thing that is not comparable is the cost. We're several times more affordable than actual competitors. So we studied a lot existing solutions, and we found out that most of the actual battery swap are basically over-engineered, okay? For the alignment system, locking and unlocking,
if you can
some
maybe put it onto
solutions are definitely not optimal. So we took our experience coming from Formula One and aerospace to make something leaner, faster, and way more efficient in terms of cost. And actually we achieved remarkable results, both in the vehicle, both in the infrastructure swapping. So the TCO of EDIT is 2 times lower any actual cars in the market. As well, the energy cost We can leverage the lowest peak. The moment you detach, we have the freedom to charge it at the cheapest moment. Then the battery degradation. So fast charging is destroying the chemistry inside the battery because of the heat and everything. But we can detach this battery and we can charge it at the right temperature and the right speed. So we can extend the lifespan of the battery, which is the most expensive component in the EV, up to 3 times more. And the cost of the station, for the reason I explained, is actually on average 10 times lower. The cost of deployment of the overall infrastructure also is very, very less expensive. Okay, imagine just the impact of the space. In a normal charging station, in this space, you park your EV to charge 7 to 10 hours a day. So in this space, you can only charge 2 to 3 vehicles max in one day. With our technology, in the same space, 2 minutes and a half and then you go. 2 minutes and a half and then you go. So we can serve several hundreds of vehicles in a very compact space. This is a huge problem, the space that cities like London or Los Angeles definitely have. And obviously then the timing, okay, so 60 minutes of fast charging compared to 2 minutes and a half of swapping a battery. So basically is a difference. We are 20 times faster, even faster in gas stations. So here's a comparison between actual solutions. You can see clearly that even with the cheapest player, we are several times more affordable. And in this example, which is Bangkok, you see that with a 5 million investment, you can, with the best in the class, only have 13 stations. Instead, with the same investment, we can cover the entire city with 100 stations. So these stations, so inside the battery swap station, inside you have all the batteries, okay? And we can leverage these batteries to do energy storage. Just like Tesla did, actually they did an amazing job in South Australia with a gigantic, actually the biggest lithium-ion battery in the world with a capacity of 129 megawatt hour. They proved that the technology is working, they are stabilizing the grid, and the ROI, the return on investment, is very, very good. And that's why they decided to expand this battery 50% more. So there are companies working in energy storage, such as Enel, the biggest energy company in Italy and South America, working with Nissan, okay, in a technology called V2G, vehicle to grid, leveraging existing batteries to stabilize the grid. So when the vehicle is connected, charging, you can leverage this to harvest the energy or give back the energy. And that makes a lot of sense, but for services, fleet operators, this is definitely not that good. Instead, we are working on let's say the next step of this technology, and we call it battery to grid. Instead of leveraging the battery inside the vehicle, because if you're driving, you're not connected to the grid, so you cannot do V2G. And when you are connected to the grid, you cannot drive, right? So instead, we leverage the battery inside the batteries, the stations, okay, and to stabilize the grid. So the battery is the central piece of the puzzle. We can harvest energy, we can charge all these batteries and at the lowest peak when it's cheaper, so we can provide very affordable energy to mobility service providers, okay, such as Uber, Didi, Amazon, okay. So we're solving the mobility problem, and the spare capacity acts as a buffer to stabilize the grid. We can harvest the extra energy produced by solar or wind farms. This is one of the biggest problems with renewable sources. And we can give back this energy to the grid when it's needed. If you're interested to know more, you can add me on LinkedIn. That's my full name, Tin Han Liu, and or you can shoot me an email. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're back live. So I've got to tell you guys, I'm so enjoying this live stuff because it's all a bit crazy. So that kind of fits my personality very well. And I've got to tell you right now, I'm really feeling the love of a bunch of people on this particular session coming up. Raj and Mohammed and Steve. We're going to be talking about where we are with fleets, the fleet adoption of electric vehicles, how that journey is progressing and where we are. So we're going to be talking about fleet adoption. We've got Raj, who's from the west of Ireland. He's talking to us live from the Emerald Isle. Mohammed is in Dubai. So he's in Dubai, which is now the whole world, because everywhere is. And then Steve is in Nottingham. I'm not sure if he's actually live in Nottingham Forest, where Robin Hood is from, of course, but he will soon tell us about that in a moment. So we're going to be talking about electrification of fleets in all its aspects. And I'm going to ask each of our speakers to give us a little flavour of who they are and what they do, first of all, and then we'll get into what we call the meat and potatoes of the thing. So, Raj in the Emerald Isle, tell us who you are and what you're doing, please.
Thanks, Roger, and thanks for everyone for watching Cyber Mobility World. It's an excellent event, really enjoying it. So, my name is Raj. I'm the founder of Easy Energy. So, basically, what we do is we support dealerships in their offerings to their customers in the area of electric vehicle charging. So, in their pre-sales, sales, and after-sales support, we support the dealerships and the drivers in the transition to smarter electric mobility.
Okay, thank you. Mohammed, you're over there in Dubai. Can you just give us a quick flavour of who you are and what you do?
Yes, hello everyone. This is Mohammed Muslah from Dubai. I'm running my own company called Thinkinova that we focus on business innovation and developing a new innovation in businesses. So regarding like creating design thinking, business modeling, and how to help companies to think and adopt the agile and startology. I had said before with GE and Siemens, where I used to work with them to develop the new business model and apply a new strategy for innovation. So particularly in this subject, I'll talk about new business model innovation, applying in aviation, and as well how we melt it with smarter mobility.
Great, thank you. And I know we've got a presentation from you shortly, so that's good. Yeah, Steve, you're hiding in Nottingham Forest somewhere. Have you seen Robin Hood? I know we can't see you on because you're in the woods, but yeah, Steve Carroll, tell us who you are.
Yes, hello. Apologies to everybody. My video isn't coming through, but I'll keep you interested and engaged with all my points. So yes, my name's Steve Carroll. I'm head of transport at an organisation called Cenex. We are a non-for-profit research and technology consultancy organisation based in the UK, and we work a lot helping fleets and policymakers to accelerate the shift to low-emission vehicles through both researching and consulting on the most appropriate deployment of vehicles and infrastructure. So we work with fleets to assess the best technologies for them to adopt and trial. We work with cars to trucks and from biofuels through to electric vehicles. And today, yes, I'll be talking and discussing around those challenges and opportunities for the fleets that we're working with to try and progress the adoption of electric vehicles.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. What an amazing panel, and from all over the world. And I just would say, Steve, that Cenex is a wonderful organization. I've had the pleasure of coming along to that brilliant show that you do every year in the middle of England, the Low Carbon Vehicle Technology Show. So if anyone hasn't been to that, I'd recommend that. That's around September time. So hopefully that will happen this year on schedule. Fingers crossed. But first of all, let's go back to Raj. Raj, are we at a tipping point now for the mass adoption of electric vehicle fleets? So in the context of what you're trying to do and working with OEMs, can you give us a flavour of, is this now close to or at a tipping point?
Yeah, I think we're very. I think we're very. If we look at 47, the adoption of technology. So if you look back to the iPhone adopting the mass market, I think we're very close with electric vehicles. We just need to be careful in terms of what we're offering our customers to ensure that we're offering them the right vehicles to match their requirements, especially with fleet companies, fleet drivers. They'll have a different requirement than the likes of your everyday driver that's only commuting maybe 20 or 30 kilometers in a day. So we just need to be careful what we're offering, but very, very close to the adoption. I think we're going to reach 60, 70% of a market very, very quick. We just need to be prepared in the offerings, and our charging infrastructure as well is very important.
Okay, and are you seeing OEMs sort of ramping up their proposition with fleets? I mean, I'm thinking particularly commercial fleets. I've got a fixation on buses and taxis and vans.
Yeah.
Are you dealing with passenger cars, or are you dealing with that stuff as well, Raj?
We're dealing with both. So at the moment, one of the biggest, our largest company over here is that in the fleet market will be On Post. So they're a postage company, national. They're literally in the midst of putting out about 3,500 EV chargers at all their D points. So it just shows where the market is going. I think they will be the leaders in the country, and a lot of other companies, the likes of DHLs and all them, will follow suit.
Yes. Well, we're seeing some big adoptions like Amazon and UPS and other buying into some of these amazing new startup electric vehicles. So that's pretty good. Yeah. We're going to come to Mohammed in a moment. I'm going to just quickly jump to Steve, then I'll come over to you, Mohammed, because I know you've got a great presentation for us. Steve, given that, Cenex is connected so much into what government is doing, of course, and these technology innovations that we're seeing, do you feel we're close to a tipping point for fleet adoption of EV for whatever reasons?
So, yes, I do. I think there's still a lot of barriers to overcome in the market. I mean, certainly, as you say, the messages coming out of governments are all very positive and proactive, and putting schemes and funding in place to kind of get the market going. That's certainly that kind of message, and even pressure is getting to the fleets. They want to adopt the vehicles as quickly as they can, and they all want to kind of have this zero emission future that the government's laying out for them. It's tackling those problems on the ground that we're kind of involved in, and trying to help fleets actually get to the future that they want to, which is all around, as Raj said, it's all around understanding that operational fit for the fleets, and which vehicles they can move to whilst maintaining their kind of their operability, reliability as a fleet, and the bottom line essentially. So it's understanding how far fleets can go until they then start to have to really look at how they actually operate the fleets and deal with the kind of the range and the charging requirements of vehicles, and how they get over some of those barriers. So I think especially over the last year, there's really been a big kind of transition where this is no longer something which fleets are, which certain fleets are looking to do, or environmentally conscious fleets are looking to do. It's a thing that fleets know is on their roadmap now, and are starting to look more seriously about how they start to tackle some of those challenges. And we'll probably talk quite a lot about the large fleets and what they're doing in this in the next half hour. But then we're also looking at some of the solutions that cities want to put forward for a lot of the smaller fleets. So a lot of the kind of the van drivers, your individual independent traders and your plumbers, and how do you give them the right knowledge and resources to be able to make the decisions that they have to make to go to zero emission vehicles when they don't have the kind of the budgets to be able to have departments that can concentrate in those areas. But yeah, certainly there is that kind of sea change happening where this is now becoming part of operational planning for fleets, rather than something which used to be on the sideline as, let's play about with some low emission vehicles if we can. This is certainly been taken a lot more seriously, and thanks to all the kind of the incentives and policies that are coming out of central governments.
Brilliant. No, that's very encouraging news. And I think, it's the matching of eco with economic. I think we're seeing that ever more, people understanding the marginal cost versus the capital cost, looking at TCO, whole life cost, etc. We've only got one presentation today, by the way, in terms of our panel, which I think is quite useful, because that means Raj, Steve and myself, and you can watch what Mohammed is now going to go through. And then we'll come back on together and discuss. Questions we've got. So Mohammed, it's over to you. If you'd share. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Raj. Can you see my attention well now?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, well, I will go through it quickly. I know that most of you guys have talked about the aviation and the fleet. First of all, we'll talk about why we need new thinking and innovation, the purpose of this, and let's say the business modeling on aviation. After that, we'll talk about the approach and the technique. So why, how, and what. So first of all, why? Why? Because we are living now in a VUCA world where there's a lot of volatility nowadays, rapid changes, and there's uncertainties everywhere. We don't know still how to take decision. Everything is postponed. High complexity with the world, many connection all around the globe. So the decision leader should connect many data to learn about it. There's high ambiguity, and this example what we are living now with the coronavirus. We don't know where we're going to happen, what decision we're going to do. So we are living in a VUCA world. Second thing is there's a huge innovation dilemma. Is for example, the speed, everything's evolving very fast, and there's high disruption, new entrant in the market. There's no more faster, safer harbors for the companies. You will be get disrupted within a few years after you feel safe. High transformation in technology and digitalization, pressure on experience and customer experience, and the world going now on the prices and very sensitive. So things become very commodities. So companies want to move from that. So this is the main reason why we need a new business innovation, new thinking in the way we need to innovate. So how are we going to do that? We need a new mindset. We need a new way to think, a new way to innovate. For example, to think outside the box. We see now Siemens and GE, the company I used to work with them, is they changed the way they do healthcare. Netflix and Amazon, they changed the way the business model of music and movie. And Rolls-Royce, for example, now when I want to talk about it, this business case about they stopped selling engines, they're making power per hour. So, and on aviation industry, which is a part of the transportation or mobility, let's say the customer profile, the jobs to be done, they need more uptime operation, they need to improve efficiency. As you were talking, Rogers, about the high, they need to reduce capital, they need service operation. What gain extra they're gonna have is the KPIs dashboard for executive. They need one-stop solution for all services. So whatever you will develop and innovate in the engines, it will not solve their problem, because their problem is more about the business modeling. So what Rolls-Royce did is come to say, okay, we have the outcome-based business model. That means what we deliver to you is this is the service. So exactly, they said, okay, the product will be per hour business model, offer utility service, not an engine. So they come to take the engine, they take care of the whole service of it. They install it, the service, the spare part, the maintenance, everything, they take care of it. And after that, this will be improve efficiency and move capex to opex. So airlines do not anymore need to pay for a capital from day one for the airlines. They just pay for the services for per hour. So this is that make the gain is it's more data driven and gather more data to visualize, and as well it's one comprehensive solution. So from this part we see that Rolls-Royce position themselves kind of a partner to them, and which lead is like they are become more outcome based rather than business model. And number one, number two, they focus on what that they deliver to help them is not how, which is the engine, is what is the business model and the experience and the A to Z services. Third thing is like they define measure more outcomes to the customer, which like the more engine is in and on the air, the more money will come and more win-win situation for both. They optimize the service and the pricing. They are more in insight rather than oversight. That means they are gathering more information from the customer pain point and the customer data, rather than being just in the back and see if they need service contract or no. And it's become like more long-term relationship with them. So this is kind of characteristics that Rolls-Royce have built it and positioned to the airlines. So what the future of that, from all of this data and from all this information, we know that it's getting a more data mining, more customer analytics. This lead to us that it's become a more connected strategy. And this is what Rolls-Royce is doing now. They have called intelligent engine, which digital twin. Every engine in the flight will have its own digital twin. Well, they will find disruptive analysis. They collect this data. They predict it in a way that they find what the issue, how they can solve the problem with the airport, how they can solve problem with the air flight. And after that, they can become as a consulting services to help them how to find new recommendation. So they change the whole business model and become more data driven to help them to grow. And as well, we can see this how the whole data innovation and ecosystem, from the data to airport to data lab to the ecosystem, which will like feed these data to the smart city, to smart mobility, environment, and the power energy. And in the end, they will collaborate with the industrial internet and the artificial intelligence on the whole blockchain. So they become part of the, let's say, the ecosystem. They become part of the whole smart city once they move to this kind of business model. So what kind of thing, what kind of, let's say, approach nowadays we need to adopt in our business rather than just in technology? We found that like it's more we have to innovate in the customer experience, redesign business model, open innovation, and building a more customer relationship rather than sell and go, and as well digital transformation. So where we can put all of this together, like we can put it in the following slide. This slide is like, I took it from the HB, from Harvard Managing Portfolio, that in the left side you see where to play is like, either you want to do with the current market, horizontal, okay, which kind of business model you want, a traditional or revolutionary. And in the right side, you see which kind of open innovation you are doing. Do you want to see inside or outside in? And this is, we'll see where most of the company like for example, now Rolls-Royce is like, they are developing the business model and they're collaborating with Microsoft in the data. So they are positioning themselves more in new markets to enter, and they are more open innovation to collaborate. However, in the automotive mobility, we see this still in the traditional, where they're just moving to more adjacent market, where they're more in electrical, and Ford is collaborating with open innovation with Encetus, with other startup to develop new ideas on the car and the electrical and autonomous. Volkswagen, they release a new initiative. They call it Together 2025, where they focus on the advanced and mobility solution. However, we can see still these the automotive, they didn't really transform the business model like what Rolls-Royce is doing. They're still in the left side, where they're just innovating on the product itself and somehow collaborating with the open innovation with other players. However, from the urban industry, we can see that Airbus and Hacks is like a group of startup from China, where they start to develop an urban air mobility, where they collaborate with them to develop these high bus drones to move people from one place to other. And this is like a new business model to them, and they're entering a new market, and it's like high on whenever it comes to open innovation. So they are pushing themselves to this side of the map. And as well now Uber, they are collaborating with Boeing. They initiate recently Uber Elevate, where they want to develop a new business model and hit a new market and make it more revolutionary and outsource a lot of their services. And this will lead them more in the top. So we can see that all the company nowadays, they want to move toward the digital ecosystem and be part of the right side, the right top corner of this map. As long as you stay in this part of the world, and this combination will be easily disrupted and kicked outside the market. So you need always to push yourself to move to new business model and create a new market and make it sustainable and be part of this whole ecosystem. And this, which like the new idea is not anymore develop the best engine or the best battery or the best platform. Is like what business model you work with your client, you build relationship with it. So this make me to the 3 takeaways is like, first of all, design solution, not product, focus on the outcome, build relationship with the client and create value with them, the product itself. Second thing, co-create innovation, adapt the innovation culture and experimental method and mindset with your company. The third thing is like be part of the digital ecosystem, be part of the data-driven business model and info paradigm. From these 3 takeaway, companies and startups need to think what kind of business they want to do, what kind of business they want to innovate. And finally, want to talk about like the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. So we're already living in the future. Absolutely. Yeah, and this is where we are moving, and that's it. I take it very fast. I know because we have limited time, but feel free to connect with me to learn more about it.
Thank you. Yeah, we can share with everybody. I don't want to say any more because I'd like to say any more. I'd like to hear what would your response be to what your response be to Mohammed present or anything you want to add. Or Raj, we'll go to Raj.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant presentation. I think it's key. The likes of co-creation. In terms of what's being offered from the likes of dealerships to customers, they need to revolutionize. They need to get to the right side of the chart, of Mohammed's chart, and to think outside the box, to redesign what they're offering. Like co-creation is key. When you look at a dealership offering vehicles to fleets, what they have to look at now is, how are we going to fuel these vehicles? What energy providers, collaborations can we have as well? So, like, really need to think outside the box, revolutionize their business model, most definitely. Brilliant presentation, Mohammed. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think, can we share that presentation with people, Mohammed, through any links? Would that be okay?
Yes, definitely. I will share it with anyone. Like, I will post it. I'll give it to Generate. Thank a lot for them for hosting me. And whenever they need it, I can send it to them so they can share it with everyone.
Okay, good. Steve, are you there? Are you in the woods still in Nottingham?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Good. What's your sense of this mass collaboration and cooperation and all of this stuff that's got to come together that Mohammed was outlining there? What's your view?
Yeah, so I think there's some really interesting opportunities in front of us for this kind of collaboration, and especially for kind of innovative and new startup companies and new thinkers and thought leaders in the industry, getting together with kind of your established large players in the industry, where you've got those large established companies. They're a little bit kind of slower to innovate sometimes and slower to move and meet that market demand for new kinds of transport solutions and ideas. And then you've also got these new innovative startups which are kind of doing lots of great things at the moment, to be able to get to market quickly with products and put those test services in place. So there's that opportunity for these types of companies to link in with the larger, more established companies to be able to accelerate that move towards the future that we all want to see, where you've got this demand responsive transport and which is responding to the reduction in car ownership and people not wanting to, or cities starting to restrict the movement of vehicles within cities, and trying to reduce those numbers of vehicles. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's really ahead. There's lots of opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm going to ask you all for one final question to wrap up. We're not going to do Q&As. We've had some in, but we're just having to sort of keep carefully to our schedule. Raj, if you pick one company or one technology that sometime over the next 12 months is going to be a leader, is going to stand out, what would that be, or who would that be?
I'd have to go with my own business, EV Energy. I think we're going to revolutionise the customer journey and experience.
Great answer, Mohammed. Who or what in the next 12 months?
Well, for the next 12 months, if you ask me this question 1 month back, maybe I will talk about the digital transformation and apps. Now I do believe the drones, because people will be afraid and want to deal with some villages outside remote areas. So I do believe they want to develop more in the drones and make it, because so far I remember it's hold only 70 kilograms. So maybe they can develop it more and make it to hold 100, 200 kilograms and make it more like located with the GPS. So I do believe the drones will be the coming 12 months, let's say, epic.
Okay, Steve. Okay, company technology. What do you think?
Technology. What do you think?
I think we're going to see a big growth in rapid charging stations, rapid charging hubs, so that to allow companies and individuals to move over to electric vehicles and have the same convenience that they do at the moment in terms of charging in central locations for their daily mileage.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that, Steve. I've got to be honest with you. However, we are going to wrap up. I'm sorry to kind of rush you all along a little bit here. I'd like to thank you all for basically giving us a great to have just one presentation. We can all take some thoughts away from that, Mohammed. Thank you for that. So, gentlemen, I appreciate your time. So, from the Emerald Isle, from Dubai, and from Sherwood Forest in Nottingham, thank you very much for your contribution, guys, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you again. Right, thank you.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Can you just mute your mics, Mohammed and Raj? That'd be good. Thank you. Brilliant. So we're now going to go to a bunch of photographs, which I'm told have come in from all around the world. We put it into a little 60-second clip, so you may well see yourself pop up now in just a moment. I think we're ready.
I need a big shout when I'm live, otherwise I won't know. Hello and welcome back to Smarter Mobility World live at the HQ. This is the main studio. This is where it was all going to happen. And it still is happening, but it's just me here in the studio. So thanks for being with me. Thanks, Roger, Nikki, co-hosting, and thanks for everyone who's been part of this over the last 2 days. Now, I'm stood here next to this very attractive charging station, and I do get excited when I see charging stations, because I know about how painful it can be if a charging station doesn't deliver. And that's something that we need to improve as we go forward. I'm not going to put any sugar coating on it. The fact is that charging infrastructure is absolutely essential to the mass adoption of electric vehicles. It must happen. In Generation E, we have first-hand experience of rolling out charging stations in Europe, in the Middle East, and in Africa. We've rolled out over 40 charging points with some incredible partners, including Green Parking, IHG Group, Jumeirah Group, EVBox, NG, Accor Hotels, ACDC Dynamics in Africa, and Sun International, and lots of other hotels, the Vineyard in Cape Town. So we know what it's like to install charging stations. We know how difficult it can be. We know the challenges. And we've also driven on very, very long distance electric vehicle road trips, 7 road trips to be exact. And so we know what happens when you turn up to a station and it doesn't work because maybe a car is parked in it, that's known as iced, or it's just not working, or it's being used. So, you know, we know the need, we know the pain, and things need to improve, and they are improving. There's lots of solutions out there, lots of great technology. And we've got Salman Hussein, who's done an incredible study of the UAE charging infrastructure. So we'll be hearing about some insights from that study. It's for the UAE, but I believe the lessons learned here and some of the outcomes and insights will be applicable to every country across the world. So Salman Hussein, it's great to have you with us. I'd love to hand over to hear about your study. I'm good, good, thank you. How are you? Good, good. We can't hear you just yet, Salman. There's a problem with the audio, so we're just going to see if we can fix that. How's your mic on that side? Are you on mute? Let's have a look. Just getting out the smartphone here. So just whilst you look at your sound and the team looks at your sound, I'm just going to show everyone what this is. It's an iPhone 10. And you know, it's because of this thing that so much of our smarter mobility has become smarter. You know, what you can do with this phone, the types of mobility that you can use, whether it's Uber, Careem, car sharing, e-car, zip car, book a bike, book a scooter, book a plane if you really want to do that. So I think we should acknowledge the phone and what it's done to give us a smarter mobility world, and what it can keep doing as we go forward, as these get smarter and as our mobility options get smarter. So this phone we use for mobility. I'm actually using it here. I've got Salman on the phone. I've got my AirPods connected to the phone. Have a few cameras showing the screen and this charging station. So it's amazing.
It's amazing. Salman, can we get a test from you?
Yeah, hello.
How's
can
that?
You
can we,
how's that? Can we hear?
We can hear you loud and
clear. We can hear you loud and clear. Take it away, Salman.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much, Ben, for introducing me. I've been here in Ivera for the past year and a half, and as part of that, one of the major exercises we did was a mapping data project for all charging stations in the UAE and expanding to all charging stations in the world, across the piece. As part of that, I'd just like to show you a couple of the insights that we have. So these are the public chargers in all of the UAE. There's about 600 odd of them. As Dr. Thani mentioned to us earlier, there's 632 charging stations that we map, and this is constantly getting better and bigger as the network expands. Let's look at the current trends in the Middle East EV market. From the data that we've got, we can tell you that there's the UAE is leading with 630 charging stations, and this number is constantly increasing. When you look at Jordan, they've got about 150, and then the rest of the GCC with Oman, KSA are all catching up. You see that the UAE is quite ahead when it comes to EV chargers. Thank you, Ben, for a lot of the work that you've put in. You've definitely helped in this number. If you break that down by emirate, you'll see that a whole bunch of the chargers are in Dubai, 364 of them, and then Abu Dhabi follows in with 205. We know now that FIBA if you look at the charging speeds in the UAE, it's not just about having a charging station, but also having your cars charge fast, right? And so part of that is the fast charging DC network. Now in the UAE, most of our chargers are AC. The 539 of them, to be precise, are 22 kilowatt chargers or below. 16 of them are 50 kilowatt chargers. This is all the DEWA network that we have. And then 12 of them are the Tesla superchargers, which are 120 kilowatts and above. That's quite a healthy number, actually. But a lot of the ones that are 50 kilowatts are within the Dubai itself. So the rest of the UAE is set to catch up very quickly. If you look at the brief history of the timelines and introductions of EVs in the UAE, we'll see that in 2015, Renault was the first commercial EV to launch here. They've had some success, but it's in 2017 when Tesla launched, Elon Musk coming down here, that things really kicked off. And at that time, we had the Tesla Model S and X. Dubai Taxi bought a whole bunch of them, I believe about 250, and then that really started the trend. In 2018, the first mass-produced long-range electric car, the Chevy Bolt EV, came in the picture and started selling in the UAE. And now, as we are in 2020, the Tesla Model 3 pre-orders are being fulfilled as we speak. There's a whole bunch of cars coming in right now, and as we go past now and into the future, you'll see that Porsche, Audi, Jaguar are all bringing in their EVs now into the market. So it's exciting times. In fact, this is a picture of the EVs that are landing in the UAE and are going to be delivered to customers now. There's about 1,400 of them, and that's a whole bunch of them coming in. So that's going to increase the number really, really fast. If you look at the cost of ownership, you also notice that the EVs are now becoming price sensitive and are reaching price parity with traditional cars. So this is a car that we have coming up on sale right now in the UAE, the MG ZS EV. Now they come in a gasoline, in gasoline, and also come in EV format. And you'll see that if we've crunched the numbers here at Ibera, and the gasoline over a span of 5 years and a span of 300,000 kilometers actually comes out more expensive than the EV. So EVs, even with the higher price, you can see in the dark blue bar on the left-hand corner, with the price of the EV coming in higher, the total cost of ownership of the EV comes in cheaper because the fuel is that much cheaper, the maintenance is that much cheaper. So there's a big benefit to a lot of people moving to EVs, fleets specifically. However, this is not all that great. If you look on the roads of the UAE, this is what you're most likely to see. You'll see a lot of SUVs. Most of these are plying our roads, and a lot of research comes out that says that a lot of the SUVs are canceling out the benefit that we have of environmentally friendly vehicles. So a lot of the EVs that are coming in, unfortunately, aren't doing as much because of the SUVs that are on the road. And there's a domino effect of when you see a big car on the road, you're more likely to get a big car because a lot of people fear for their safety on the roads. You know, how many times have you heard that, oh, a small car, might get plowed in and stuff? And this is true. It's backed up by national safety administrations in a lot of countries. If you look at the market trends in EVs right now, when it comes to sales, you will see that we have now captured about 5,000 EVs in a market of 1.3 million. So we're still very, very tiny. We have a 0.4% market share, but we are leading the charge because Dubai is having a very ambitious targets. About 10% of all new sales are supposed to be electric by 2020, and 10% of all vehicles they want to be electric by 2030. So that's a 3,200% growth in 10 years. What are the issues and what do we need to go ahead with what Dubai has planned for us? So some of the major issues I'm going to talk about here are price. Now, I've told you that total cost of ownership is cheap. Yes, it is. But the price of an EV currently is still much higher compared to the average gasoline car, especially for fleet vehicles that people use. You have Nissan Sunnies and Yaris's. People need to have EVs and options that are as cheap as those, and then have the lower total cost of ownership. Another big thing is society. A lot of your friends, they buy certain cars, and you're more likely to buy based on their preferences. So society plays a big role, and educating consumers then has a knock-on effect, especially when it comes to children and families. People do tend to listen to the young ones and what they have to say. A special kind of consideration that we have here is that our climate's very harsh. And so one of the top selling car in the world right now, the Nissan Leaf, it's not sold here. And the reason is because they don't have enough battery conditioning to meet the climate requirements. They would release it here very soon, but so far all the testing that they have done has shown that the climate's not ideal. And this is true for a lot of EVs. So a lot of them have basically not come into the market, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And the last is implementation. We have a great network, and I just showed that to you, but we still need to kind of unify our efforts and make it all one solid, robust solution that can meet the needs of all commercial and individual users. So what's our road to the future? If you look at electric vehicles, Elon Musk has already spoken about batteries in EVs that are going to have a 1 million kilometer lifespan. Therefore, owning an EV is no longer a problem in the sense of, will the battery run out? Will I need to swap the battery out at some point? These are issues that will not happen because the car's lifetime will last as much as the battery's lifetime. The other thing that we're going to look at is high range. So again, another promise that's coming in is EVs that with 1,000 kilometer range. We're already seeing EVs with about 700 kilometers of range now, and this is set to increase. We're going to have more vehicles to suit all purposes, especially commercial, because in the UAE, we have fast, nice sports cars, but what we do not have is electric cars that suit commercial needs like trucks and semis and stuff. And the last thing is the cost of ownership should and will get lower. As new services come in, like mobility as a service, this should bring our costs significantly down. So what are the potential solutions? I've listed them out below, but these are a couple of the solutions that I will be talking about. Now, this is the poster of a car that's available right now on Sheikh Zayed Road. What kind of feeling does this give you? One of power? Because what's going on here is that they're advertising to your basal instinct of power and freedom. SUVs have been doing this for a long time, because back in the 70s and the 80s, when these body on frame cars came out, nobody really wanted to buy them. Everybody was into station wagons. Right now, with marketing them correctly, as giving them people freedom, as giving them the ability to go wherever, has enabled SUVs to take over the space. But why not EVs, right? With EVs, you need to appeal to people's intellect, and you need to tell them that they can take a risk and they can adopt something that's smarter, that's better for the planet, and that's more sustainable. And I think that is the key takeaway for advertising. By changing the way we advertise EVs, people are going to pivot towards them in a different way. Another big thing I want to talk about is empowering early adopters. Now, this is a bell curve, and most adoptions take this approach. We are on the left end of the bell curve, where we have very, very few people taking it up right now. But as time goes on, you'll have more and more people taking it up, and then you'll have the laggers on the right end, people who will resist the change to move to EVs. Since we are on the left end of the curve, a key takeaway message from this is that you need to empower your early adopters. So those 5-10% of people that come in and buy an EV, you need to give them positive reinforcing messages. And then what they can do is they will go out there and be EV ambassadors to others who promote them to take up the adoption of mass market in a much, much better way than just going out and selling it to the whole public. Now, another odd concept that I want to talk about is human-centric charging. Imagine that you're going to pray, or you're going to church or mosque, and you plug your car in. You're going to spend about, what, 10-15 minutes there? Maybe a little bit more. The idea I want you to think about is that humans have a certain, we work around a certain way. And if charging is based around where we are, it's far better than going to a gasoline station. We've been so used to going to the gas station and spending a couple of minutes there that we don't think that by implementing charging stations at points where we're supposed to be, like malls or churches or any place like that, it's far better for us. It's a far better utilization of time, and it leads to much better health for the ecosystem. And this is a system that has been implemented now in California, and I want to talk about unification efforts. In the US, in California, they've mandated that all charging stations be chargeable by credit card. Now, that's something that we do not have here, because here we have many systems of registration for using certain chargers. But by unifying efforts of the government and the private sector, you are able to really expand the rollout of both infrastructure and for EVs. There are a whole bunch of people here in the UAE that work in the EV space. You've got green parking, you've got obviously Generation E, and you've got a whole bunch of others that want to put out and supercharge this sector by enabling regulations that allow these people to work in this sector more effectively, we will be able to have better business models that will allow these businesses to thrive. And lastly, I'd like to talk to you about visibility. This is actually a charging station. But if you look at it, the golden arches remind you of the McDonald's, don't they? And that's because they want it to be that way. They want to highlight that this is a robust architecture. It's out there and it's visible for people.
It's got 1 minute to go now, Salman.
And by showing that you have a robust solution to a problem such as EV adoption, you will enable people to adopt. So I'd like to thank you for your time. And I'd like to hand it over to Ben. Thank you so much, Ben.
Great, thanks,
Great,
Salman.
thanks, Salman. Perfect timing because I was just coming in to say 1 minute less.
Salman, we're running out of time, so I'm going to put one question across to you. You mentioned advertising, I think is a fantastic point. You know, you've seen and you showed an example of how much money is spent on advertising internal combustion engines. So we're not going to shame any car manufacturers. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. But can you maybe pick out a few manufacturers in the electric vehicle industry, or in the automotive industry rather, that you've noticed has been doing a lot of good strategic advertising that is driven to increase the adoption of electric vehicles? It can be here in Dubai or anywhere across the world.
People who've put in really, really good implementations. So let's talk about Romania. Their city capital has some of the highest pollution levels in all of Europe. And what they did was they put an advertising banner that's live that also tracks the pollution indicator within the city. And if the pollution is on a higher level, they were promising to give that much of a discount on the electric vehicle because that would drive the pollution lower. And so the car manufacturer that used this was Renault, and they were doing it for the Zoe. Brilliant ad, you know, great way to sell electric cars, and a very kind of an approach that makes you both think and increases sales.
Amazing, thanks, Salman. We're going to leave it there,
thanks,
but I'm sure there'll be lots
We're going to leave it there, but I'm sure that
Mobility World Group on LinkedIn. So check it out and engage with the audience. Thanks, Salman. Okay, so next up, still staying in the charging station theme because we've got a few more sessions on charging stations. I'm stood here next to the Siemens SiCharge. Kareem from Siemens, he calls it the C-Charge. I think there's always going to be a range of different pronunciations, but I'm going to say the SiCharge. It sounds like sci-fi. I love that kind of thing. So we've got the SiCharge compact charger, which is an AC unit, has 2 ports. You can charge 2 cars at one time. And it comes with all the latest gadgets, both in terms of hardware and software, for the charging stations that we need as we go forward. You know, we're in 2020 now, almost at the end of Q1. We've got to make sure that charging stations that are hitting the roads, hitting the car parks, are fit for purpose. And this one is fit for purpose. It comes with things like internal load management system, which means you can manage the flow, the demand of energy. So if you've got 2 cars on here, it won't then add 44 kilowatts of drag to the grid. It will interact and manage the demand, which is important when you start getting 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, maybe 1 million cars that want to charge at once. You've got to have the smart chargers with things like internal load management systems. The other thing to note is that as we start to get a bit smarter with the grids, and many countries are doing this already, there will be opportunities where you can charge when the electricity is at a lower price, which means that you can have a more strategic approach to how you charge your car or your fleet. If you imagine you're a company, a business or government who has 10,000 electric vehicles, and you can save 60% on your charging if you charge at a certain point of time, that's going to be really key to drive down the total cost of ownership and the operating costs for these vehicles. Another thing is that you can access it in many different ways. RFID, there's QR code, there's a credit card feature if you need that. I'm not sure where credit card features on charging stations are heading. I've seen a few. I'd love to know what you think. Credit cards for charging stations, will it take off? Does it make sense? Does it add too much cost? Sounds like it makes sense, but I think the practicality, it might just add an extra cost. these lovely LED lights, which is always nice, so you can see it from afar. And it's digital ready, that's key, because things are changing so quickly in this space, new electric vehicles with all different types of requirements, and you need to just be able to update it from an office somewhere, probably in Germany, where you update the system, update the software, and suddenly you've got a charging station that's fit for 2021 because the needs have changed. So it's digital ready. Siemens, I must add, they do offer end-to-end solutions for charging infrastructure, components, of course, charge management systems, and consulting as well. So if there are any businesses out there that they're looking to include charging into their offering, maybe for their staff or for their operations, Siemens can provide that advice around how to do it. One last point on this charging station is that it comes in almost every color that you can think of. We've uploaded the spec sheet onto the Smarter Mobility World group on LinkedIn. The spec sheet's there. Just check out the last page. I didn't count how many colors there were, but there must be 400 on that page. You can have 400 different colors, so depending on your business, your branding, you can style that up. And obviously all these things can be branded. So very nice station. I'd love it if we could include some of these on our future electric vehicle road trips in the Middle East and Africa or anywhere else that Siemens might want us to be. That would be really cool. So that's it for the Siemens charger, but if you want to find out more, head over to Smarter Mobility World Group on LinkedIn, and there's the spec sheet. So there we go. I think next up now, we're going to roll a very nice video around this charging station, so you can find out just a bit more. Thanks.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Very excited because we have a session that we're talking about now all about customizing infrastructure for the consumer. Now, infrastructure in this world of mobility is something that plays such a key role. We've been talking about it since the beginning as, well, I suppose actually at the end of the day, it's been a barrier to entry, having the right infrastructure to support consumers so they want to buy electric and they want to go down the renewables route. So it gives me a great pleasure. We have a pretty awesome group of people here, very, well, they're experts in this field, I should say. But I'm going to hand over now to our moderator, Isam Muslimani, who's going to take this one and introduce our panelists. And Isam, you're the director at the Regulatory and Business Affairs at AXA Insurance. So maybe you can give us a bit of introduction to who you are and then take us through the panelists.
Thank you, Nikki. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, we are all now outside our comfort zone. This is the right time to fight the challenges and the current situation, the tough situation, unfortunately. But I am very excited that we are all committed and very much dedicated to take everyone into a very interesting session, I hope. So, Isam Muslimani from AXA Gulf. I am the Director for Regulatory and Business Affairs. I'm sitting now in our offices in the Business Bay. AXA is also very much committed to take care of the customer service and to protect employees and people in general. I would start quickly with the superheroes today, the panelists for our session. We have Katarina, we have Abdulrahman, we have Hitan, and Sam Alawi. Ladies first, certainly. I would start quickly with you, Katarina. Maybe before you we go with the introduction and the first question, I would say something. I found it on your LinkedIn profile, and it's very interesting that the secret of change is to focus all of our energies not on fighting the old ones, but on building new ones. Over to you, my dear.
Thank you. Thank you for such a fantastic introduction. Indeed, I am an associate director for Navigan, the guidehouse company, sitting in my home in Dubai, but I am associated with our office here in United Arab Emirates. Guidehouse is a global consulting company. We serve both commercial and public sector clients across what appears over the past 2 months to be the critical sectors of our economy: healthcare, life sciences, energy, sustainability, infrastructure, and financial services. Myself, I'm part of a body of more than 1,000 consultants that are dedicated to the energy sector, and mobility, transport, and electricity are the topics that we are addressing that are directly connected to the topic we'll be discussing today.
Sure. Katarina, here is our first question. What is the key consideration for choosing a charging station, if you don't mind?
Yeah, great question. You know, and it's really about few things. It starts with a good siting. The chargers need to have good siting, and we have to understand the usage. Who are the customers that will be using that specific charging site? Are they individual customers? Are they commercial customers? Are these fleets of vehicles? And then we need to design the type and location of the chargers based on that.
Interesting. Thank you, Katarina. Here is our second star for today, Abdulrahman Sami, the EV charger sales lead for GCC and key account manager for Schneider. Abdulrahman, the floor is yours, please, if you want to make a quick introduction, and then I take you through the first question.
Thank you, Assam. I'm Abdulrahman Sami, the sales lead for the EV chargers for the Gulf. And Schneider Electric, my company, is a 27 billion euro 2019 revenue company. We're working in pretty much everything from the substation to the small sockets that you have in your home and anything in between, including the EV chargers as a part of the portfolio.
Thank you. Money talks. Then here we go. How do you describe the current landscape for EV charging infrastructure? And what challenges consumers face to own and install EV charger, Abdulrahman?
Well, the EV chargers business has been growing dramatically. For the past 5 years, you can easily find the double-digit growth across the industry. The technology itself has been here for some time. It was used in UPSs. So the idea of having just the box, the charging box, it's easy, it's available. For the current cars available in the market now with the current battery technologies. However, the question is, if you can get the charger, can you have the power enough to feed this charger or not? If you're living in a tower, for example, then you have to go to the facility management. They have to apply for a request from the utility to provide them with more power to be allowed to charge your car, because simply the charger, it has a considerable power. If you are lucky enough to own a villa in Dubai, and this is the best scenario, you still have to go to the utility and to ask for a more power provision to be able to feed your charger. So having power provision is a key point, and when you go to any showroom in Dubai to buy a car, they're gonna ask you, where are you living? Can you install the charger? Can you have a charger there? Do you have power provision or not? Why not all utilities are pouring more energy everywhere? Because simply it means changing the full infrastructure. Think of mature cities like London, like New York, like Dubai itself. If you want to completely revamp the power and you add more cables, more substations, more power, it's a huge change to the infrastructure just to accommodate the additional power required to have a chargers everywhere.
Very useful and very interesting. We fly from Dubai, although flying is banned these days, but we go, thanks to technology, we go to South Africa with our third panelist. Hitam Palmer is the director of the National Electrical Mobility Program in South Africa. Uwili e-mobility program, in fact. Will you please, Hitam, take us quickly through your profile, and then I connect you with the first question.
Thank you, Sam. It's a pleasure to share the discussions today with the audience all over the world. today. Yeah. So myself representing as director of the National Uyilo Electric Mobility Program in South Africa. The program has been active since 2013 around a mandate to enable, to facilitate and mobilize electric mobility in South Africa and Greater Africa. It's got activities across the board from government lobbying, industry cohesion, thought leadership and skills development, and really bringing in the technologies into the landscape in South Africa. In terms of today's topic and the panel session itself, around the infrastructure and ecosystem as we define it as, we've been working across the whole space around the energy, around the infrastructure, the communications backend, as well as the EVs to get really interoperability across the all, and it's really bringing all the stakeholders together and energy system to really work well together. And I think that's what improves the customer experience. And this is where we see some of the challenges all over the world. It's just improving the customer experience. So certainly within our facilities and experiences, where we've looked at the full landscape and very active across the landscape of EV charging experience and EV infrastructure, more so on focusing on the smart grid ecosystem that brings everything together. The four main actors being the energy supply, the EV charging infrastructure, the communications backend, and the EVs itself. And it's important to have greater interoperability across all of these to improve the customer experience.
Sounds very interesting, Hiten. Thank you. Back to the energy landscape, but maybe from South Africa's perspective this time. How is the energy landscape for EV charging, Hiten? The infrastructure certainly within South Africa, and possibly some reflection for developing countries, if you please.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think, while we also reflect in South Africa, we're seeing some, and it was touched on earlier and yesterday as well, in the context of available capacity. As we see the growth of EV infrastructure deployment, there's certain areas that is a constraint on energy supply. Traditionally, the chargers themselves will be derated so that they are not charging at full capacity. But we need to understand the bigger energy ecosystem. And I think in terms of decarbonization, not only transport, but energy, this is where we need to see more deployment of renewables and solar systems, incorporating storage systems to get this whole ecosystem working well together. So in South Africa, we certainly see there's been a good growth of EV infrastructure deployment across multiple role players that have been involved with that, OEMs, the infrastructure, the utility players, all of them coming in together around that space. But I think what's important is really that this infrastructure rollout needs to look at the broader energy landscape and support the grid networks wherever there is constraint, utilizing the technologies of solar, renewables, and bridging storage into that. And certainly that's where we see microgrids and distributed energy systems also coming into play to support that whole energy demand with infrastructure. So while in South Africa and also Greater Africa and in developing countries where there are constraints on energy supply, we need to think broadly outside the box to incorporate renewables, storage systems, and get the whole ecosystem working together. So when there are constraints on the grid, we're able to draw in power from additional supply, wherever that might be coming from, and then support the demand from the consumers in that perspective.
Thank you, Hiten. We land now somewhere between Germany and Lebanon to introduce the fourth panelist for our session today. From the background of MBA degree and studies in business administration and economics at leading universities in Germany, France, and England, I'm very much pleased to introduce Sam Alawi. Sam, the floor is yours also to take us quickly through your green parking and through the future initiatives, and then I connect you with the first question.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Sam. Hello, everyone. I am the founder and CEO of Green Parking. This year, we are celebrating our 25th anniversary. We are a Dubai-based company focused on e-mobility with 500 member staff. We have already delivered more than 600 smart EV chargers during the last couple of years, making us the largest supplier of hardware and software of EV networks in the region, something my team and me are very proud about.
Great to see you in the nice garden, by the way, Sam.
Thank you.
We have heard a lot about the green parking EV network. Could you please explain to us, to the public, of course, what is the EV network and how can the EV drivers access it?
Well, thank you very much for this question. Let me start by showing you some of the hardware that is standing next to me. So I was jealous when I saw Ben yesterday standing next to one charger, and I thought, well, that's a very good idea. So I said, okay, maybe I should stand here as well. Now, these chargers that you see here form the backbone of our EV network. They are produced in Spain, a very good company called Surcontrol. And I would like to take this opportunity to say hello to our friends in Barcelona, who are unfortunately now under lockdown. The hardware is from Spain. The software that we use for the network comes from the UK and from Russia. And also allow me to greet every one of our friends there. You see, one of our customers is from France. They're all suffering. So our thoughts and prayers are with you and your families, and this is very important for us today. And let me finish this very short introduction by thanking the real heroes for us, the real heroes, who are the medical team that are taking care of us while we are now doing our duty to earn a living for our families and for our team members. So as part of our corporate social responsibility, we started our EV charging network, which you can see here, a couple of years back, because when we sold and installed a lot of the chargers, most of them were installed in Dubai. So as EV user, it was not possible for you to drive outside of Dubai. And then we thought, okay, we as a private company, what can we do to push the market of EVs in the region? And then we said, well, it would be a good idea to start installing chargers ourselves, all the way from Abu Dhabi to Muscat. So we developed our own software, we developed our own app, and this EV charging network is a completely free of charge network. So anybody who would like to use it just has to go to our website. It's called ev-network.ae. Can go to download the app at the App Store under EV charging by Green Parking. Register. The next day we send this person the free of charge card, and then you're ready to go. So you can use our chargers. On the app, you can see where the chargers are located. And very important, you can see whether a charger is being in use or not. You can reserve a charger and so on. So this is in the very limited time that I have, for which I'm grateful, the introduction to our EV charging network.
This is very much interesting. You are all heroes, Sam. All heroes, guys, being committed and dedicated despite everything. Back to Abdurrahman Sami and to Schneider and to the challenges and opportunities, if I can say. Abdurrahman, based on the challenges discussed earlier, how Schneider Electric is addressing these challenges and with what solutions?
So thank you for the question, Sam. It's basically by paradigm shift. Now we're not talking about EV chargers as a product. We're talking about EV chargers as a solution, how to integrate the required capacity into the network currently. We went back to the draft board, to the design board, and we came up with a solution last year called the load management system. Actually, it is exactly what Hayden is looking for during his discussion. That we know that in the design, when you design the loads in any building, you design based on the full demand. It's like you go to your home, you switch on everything, all the machines, all the lights, all the sockets. But in reality, when you are using much less than this. You're using the actual demand based on you're using the washing machine, the light in the afternoon, based on your demand. There is always a space between the design and the actual demand you're using, and you're trying to utilize this space by having a load management system. It can detect how much power free do you have, and it allocates this power to the chargers. In that case, when you go to only derating the chargers, it's a very static one. It doesn't move with the demand you have. But when you have a dynamic system, it's going to allocate whatever power you have currently to your charger. think of it on a bigger scale. When you go to the utility, they will be able to accommodate much more chargers into their current network without having to add more capacity in their generation.
Thank you, Abdulrahman. Katarina, the jewel of the crown of our today's session. I would to you, please. What is the market landscape and where the Guidehouse does see opportunities to serve EV customers?
No. Very interesting contribution so far, and especially from Green Parking. When we look at the opportunity in the market for electric mobility, we are looking at what we call transportation to grid, which is a whole ecosystem of providers, from infrastructure developers through charging services providers, load orchestrators, and mobility providers. And we value this market at roughly 150 to 200 billion US dollars in the horizon of 2028.
Let me answer.
And the question is from which segment of the market are the opportunities coming from? If we look at the growth of EV chargers, we are looking at multiplication of the growth, especially in the home segment, because in the horizon of 5 to 10 years from now, more than 85% of the chargers that will be installed will be in homes. The second largest segment is fleets of companies that will be progressively replacing their fuel-based vehicles by electric vehicles. And actually, it will be these big fleet operators that will be critical in scaling the charging infrastructure. And this is where Guidehouse currently sees opportunities. And we are getting approached by clients who either have large fleets of vehicles or large fleets of assets. So we are talking about companies that are in logistics space, that are in the delivery space, but also companies that are, for example, operators of networks of hotels, offices. And I believe this will be critical in scaling up in the market, because by installing large networks of charging stations, they will be enabling the uptake of electric vehicles in a similar way as Green Parking has been doing it in the United Arab Emirates.
Very, very clear. Thank you, Katarina. Actually, I want to a bit change the approach and get back to you, Hiten, because I just got one of the questions and I think it's very suitable and you are the maybe right person to address this. I got from Karim Al-Jisr an interesting question about does anyone have experience in off-grid EV charging installations? Any guidance? If you please can help.
Thanks, Issam. Yeah, certainly. So I think within that context and really building around resilience around the grid is where we've been focusing on from our activities. And this is what we see is some of the challenges around this space, is that where the grid capacity is not available or falls away, and this is where we have blackouts, for example. California's have that, had that recently in the last few months, and Africa and other developing countries. We really need to embrace microgrids. That is where it is. It is grid strengthening, and also where grid capacity is not available or grid supply is not available. We then bring in the topics of rooftop solar or even solar on carports. This is what we're seeing in the broader EV charging hubs. You've got rooftop solar on that, and solar on top of the carports that are then generating the energy and supplying that in an off-grid basis. There's also the component of storage. So you can also not use traditional storage. It's a context of second life EV batteries. So retired batteries from EVs can then be used for grid storage in terms of a buffer. And that also, when there's not EV charging taking place, the batteries, the standby storage can also charge from that. And when there is demand for charging, the demand from the grid is then less and then utilized from the buffer of the storage. We're also seeing some charging technology suppliers bringing in onboard storage. So some of these EV fast chargers are built in with storage systems on board, so that this whole energy management is also managed, and demand management from the charger itself as well as from the broader infrastructure energy supply. And certainly the areas that we've been playing in terms of energy management, grid interoperability, and bringing in renewables plus storage to really strengthen the EV ecosystem.
Thank you, Hitan. I think that was very helpful, and I hope, Karim, you got the right answer. I would actually finish the set of questions with you, Sam, again, to raise the final question maybe for our session this afternoon. Demand for EVs is on increase with more of new models coming to the market, and so the demand on EV chargers. How the Green Parking is prepared to find solutions for such an increase?
Well, thank you very much again for this important question. I think we are not limited by the hardware supply. The biggest problem we are facing in the UAE and many other countries is that the large towers unfortunately only have a spare electricity load, which means that although the tower would like to have maybe installation of 10 or 20 chargers to cope with the increased demand, there is simply not enough electricity available in the tower to supply the demand needed, which means that instead of installing 20 chargers, you're maybe only able to install 3 or 4, which in the end means that you need to have some kind of smart software to be able to handle the larger demand than the supply available. So in general, that means that although it's very important to have very good chargers, very good hardware, but in the end, the customer would need to decide on the best available software solution. First of all, to fairly distribute the charging capacity to all the tenants within a tower or within residents within a community. That's the first thing. And the second thing, to allow the facility management companies in the tower to charge for that electricity, which is very important. Just let me give you one example. It cannot be in the future that electric vehicle comes to a tower in the morning, plugs in, the plug into the car, and then just remains there the whole day, although the car has been fully charged. So that means the facility management would have to have a software tool to limit the charging duration of that car and to inform the owner of that car that his car should be taken out of that parking bay to have somebody else charge, and inform the second tenant that the parking lot is available. And finally, the facility management companies would have to have the possibility, a relatively low-cost possibility, to charge back the energy that has been consumed. And for that, our EV network, which is already in existence, provides a very cost-saving solution for all towers and residential communities, which we already started implementing, allowing us to do the back office charging and management for them, so they can have the possibility to cope with the increased demand without having to incur a major cost.
So very clear, Sam. I hope we were able to charge back the event, by the way, guys. And I would say, Nikki, I will leave it to you now in case of any questions have been raised in the background. But just one point, that in such a non-normal world, I hope our session was a bit normal and convincing to the audience. Thanks for being there, and thanks panelists for all your efforts and support. Over to you, Nikki.
Sam, and to all of our panelists, a huge thank you. It was definitely a bit of normality. Yes, that's what we like. Being able to sort of get stuck into a good old debate and discussion when all sorts are going on in the world around us. But no, we really appreciate that. Thank you very much, guys. And we'll be keeping track on all your progress as well in the coming months. So
thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Sam. Thanks very much, everybody.
Now, next up, I think we're going to actually be playing a quick video we've got from Yalla Motor, and then we're going to be talking all things electric, but with not 4 wheels, but 2 wheels. So that's coming up next. First of all, let's take a look at this video from Yalla Motor.
That's it. So, welcome back to a live feed. This is an interview with Adam from One Moto. I was just telling Adam before we came online that the whole thing is making my head spin, Adam. I don't know about you. I feel like I've got birds flying around in my head or something crazy. But the other thing that's nice, Adam, let's be honest, in terms of people helping each other out now in lots of things, you know, on this exercise we're doing, but around the world in many ways, we do hear stories of people being a bit selfish. But overall, I'd like to just say, I can feel the love, you know?
I'm glad you can.
Can you feel that?
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
All the way over here, I'm feeling and digging that love.
Yeah, excellent. Well, listen, what I'd like to do is find out a bit more about what you're doing. Obviously, we saw a lot of what you've been producing from yesterday's live feed. You're making vehicles, I believe, in China. And where does go to the beginning bit? Oh, there's Nikki. Nikki's just joined us. Hello, Nikki.
How's it all going?
Right.
Yes, you've just been hopping from one session to the other, haven't you, Nikki?
Oh, exactly. I know. Just transporting myself from one Zoom conversation to another.
Well, that's why it's called Zoom, Nikki.
But the funny thing is, I didn't actually move. I've just sat here the whole time. I didn't Zoom off anywhere.
Well, I'm just thinking, with all these people using Zoom, Lionel Richie must be making a fortune.
Do you want to give us a demonstration?
I think not. I think the best thing is, between you and I, we've got a good chat with Adam now. We heard from Adam yesterday, and I know the vehicles get manufactured in China, which kind of isn't a surprise. But Adam, I'd like to know at the other end, where was the R&D or the design work or the concept work done for the range of vehicles that you've got?
Okay, so yeah, hi guys. So yeah, about 4 years ago, I wanted to get a classic car that I had converted, and it just wasn't happening. 3 garages and 3 no's in Dubai. So I decided, with having a motorcycle background, as I came out one of these garages, I saw and there was a load of delivery bikes, and it was that sort of circumstantial thought. And I saw these bikes and said to a business partner in the UK, that, what do you think of this? And he's a sort of motorhead as well. And do you think we can make a delivery bike or a series of electric bikes? And we sort of did our research, and you've got Energica and Zero that are making those high performance bikes that need the infrastructure, which comes with a bit of a hiccup, or a need from government and other entities to get involved. So we decided to create a series of electric vehicles for purpose. And all the vehicles have swappable batteries. They're all charged with a 3-pin socket. So it's very, very convenient. And then we built the 5 values of the brand: lifestyle, convenience, affordability, product, and lifestyle. So once we built those, then we were able to create the brand. So part R&D in the UK and Dubai, and then we've got engineers in China, those with engineering backgrounds in the UK. So it's a small collective of big sustainabilists.
Nice. I love new words, don't you, Nikki?
Oh yeah. Let's hashtag that, sustainabilists.
Yeah. Good.
Adam, I've got a question for you, because I very much, as I'm sure you know, come from the world of electric cars. It's all about 4 wheels for me. So I don't really know a huge amount when it comes to things like range and charging with bikes. I'd love you to just give us sort of a quick overview and summary of how that works. You know, what kind of figures and numbers we're talking about with an electric bike.
Okay, thanks. So when you start talking, there's many different ways of, or several different ways of propelling a vehicle. So when we looked at our vehicles, based on those 5 values, one of them is convenience. And we looked at what is the highest performance in terms of speed, range, ability, weight, ratios, and so on. And we basically come up with what we believe is the perfect formula, of which we've become like first to market, and registered our vehicles and we're certified, whereas certain companies that I hold, mentioned yesterday, Vespa in the highest of regard, they can't even get registered here because they haven't brought out a vehicle for the UAE roads. So if we start talking vital statistics, Roger's getting excited. We have 85 kilometers speed, and with a 120 to 150 kilometers range. That's for the delivery bikes. And for the van, it's a pickup, a flatbed, as well as a chilled grocery unit that comes with AC. That has a 200 kilometer range with, again, 85 as a speed. And the charging's 4 to 6 hours. But then coming to the battery, swappable batteries, what we've done is created this swappable battery bank where the commercial operators can subscribe to these and just swap in and swap out the batteries. So it just keeps the riders on the road with as little inconvenience as possible.
Sure.
Right. Could you just for a second, Adam, move across on your screen so we can get a better glimpse of those two vehicles you've got on there? Yeah, brilliant. Nice.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You're basically asking Adam to get out of shot. That's very rude, Roger.
Nikki, I know I'm not proper television like you, but I couldn't quite see the end of it. Really good. Sorry.
You know where the priority is.
Exactly. So, Adam, tell me about the batteries a bit, because one of the challenges in battery swap has always been connectors, has always been in trying to make sure that certainly you've got bigger batteries and you've got, air-cooled or water-cooled systems, that those connectors don't get damaged or degraded over time in the swapping mechanism, the swap process. How simple is your kind of battery, push in and take out? What connectors have you got that work on that?
So we looked very closely at that, and one of the big things that I'm a real advocate for is collaboration. And I don't believe that anyone could or should bring out the greatest and best solution to any problem immediately. That has to be worked towards. And don't try and do everything yourself, because again, there's no need for that. So we believe that it's very phased, and I think, or I really hope, and just from conversation I've had, that everyone I've spoken to are patient. They are also fairly understanding that what is out now is not going to be the best, or it is not going to necessarily be the final revision. Similar to, I suppose, the introduction of the iPhone, it's just getting better and better. So we've kept, in terms of the technology, we've kept it very, very simple, and it works. So it's a male and female connector, which will involve a manual, like the rider to manually connect or disconnect. And we believe that that's the best technology for now, because it's the most fail-proof to an extent, because it actually has to click in to be engaged, and then that creates a connection, which then releases a fully charged battery. If we then start having I can't even think what the words are now, but the batteries where it just connects and it slides in, slides out without any manual input. We haven't tested it enough, and we don't believe that the technology is there to withstand the temperatures, especially in the UAE.
Nikki, your turn.
So I would love to also get a better understanding of how many kind of electric bikes there are out there on the roads at the moment. Do you have any idea on sort of numbers and figures? And I know a lot of the stuff we've talked about to date has been, I guess, the barriers to entry of it getting bigger. And one of that is the infrastructure around charging stations. What's the charging station infrastructure like for the bikes?
With our bikes, I said they don't need to have separate charging stations. They are they charge with a 3-pin socket, so it's like AC to DC within the battery banks itself. So we don't need to worry about that as a consideration. Mm-hmm. If you start talking about the sorry, I'm just going to open up some statistics.
But yeah, put you on the spot now, haven't I?
Yeah, it's cool. The big sort of issue for us is we realise that there's a certain percentage of, say, food delivery operators, although we do have the private fleet as well. If we just talk about the commercial or the B2B fleet, with the fact that you can charge them anywhere is one great thing. And also, those that we've spoken to, 40% have a sustainable mandate, some sort of element of social responsibility in terms of their sustainable footprint, whereas 100% actually care about the bottom line. So what we've done is we've looked at the air pollution, and I've got to give you some statistics. So there's 12,000, reportedly, there's 12,000 delivery motorcycles on the roads of the UAE at the moment, okay? And they produce 16,560 tonnes of CO2 per year.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't really mean anything to the likes of us, because what does that amount look like? So if we said it's the size of a 20,000 foot warehouse, or square foot warehouse, again, what does that look like? But the shocking element is that it would take the same to sequester that same amount of CO2. It would take just under 273,000 trees grown for 10 years. I was expecting a bit more of a wow. But there's some huge. There we go. That's the reaction.
Oh my God! I'm kidding.
So when you start thinking about that, you've got those statistics, and it's the same as a passenger car traveling 64 million miles or million kilometers. Sorry, there's some big statistics.
Huge numbers. Yeah. It is an absolutely, it's a terrifyingly large amount. And as you say, anything we can do to start minimizing that has got to help. What's the, I suppose, feedback from businesses been on using these?
The feedback's been really, really positive. It's been quite wonderful, because where we've discussed the benefits to them in terms of the cost savings. So if we talk some Dubai or UAE numbers, if you take the cost of our bike, which is 14,950 dirhams, against a, let's say, Bajaj Pulsar, Yamaha, Honda Unicorn, they're about 9, depending on how many you buy, you have to buy them in volume, but let's say the average price is 8,000 dirhams. Ours, in essence, is 15,000, nearly double. But then when you take the cost of fuel, and fuel's very inexpensive here, but the average rider's spending between 200 and 400 dirhams a month, then you've got the servicing and maintenance and the road tax, if you like, or SALIC, the road tolls, and then registration and so on. It ends up being about 25,000 dirhams for one bike on the road for 1 year. Whereas, as an EV owner, the cost of ownership is very, very minimal. And we sort of provide that information, and then we've got the cost saving to the environment, and the 40% that do have a mandate right now are interested. And it's that sort of cost saving to turn that CapEx to an OpEx. That's where I suppose the big excitement for the operators has come.
Yeah. And which kind of businesses are you working with at the moment?
There are a lot of food delivery operators. So the likes of...
Which countries?
At the moment, we're only based in the UAE and UK.
Okay.
So we're actually going through it's very exciting learning this, going through a round of funding. And we've been through a couple so far. And it's a whole new world of learning about sort of fundraising, VCs, private equity, and then discussing sort of the future and global dominance, which is absolutely incredible. But at the moment, we are just in the UAE and UK.
Who are you trying to raise money from? Are you doing it?
So there's various VCs, so venture capitalists and private equity. Those firms. We actually were advised by someone recently to open up the option for convertible notes. So we've started doing that as well for those that want to get in. And the investors actually said to me, Adam, this is like being invited to invest in Tesla back in 2003. And I sat there going, wow, that's amazing. Amazing, if you imagine. So that's where we are.
Adam, I've got a question. Forgive it for being the default EV question, but I know there'll be people watching who'd like me to ask. What sort of battery chemistry are you using? What's your chemistry, and where do you get your cells, and who builds the battery pack?
Okay, so very simply, we used to have, the way that we build the vehicles is modular. So we've got a factory that produces them exclusively for us in China, and that's a combination of assembly from various different providers and parts. And we used to use Panasonic batteries, but then most recently we've changed to LG. That's to answer the question most simply.
Okay. All right. Nikki, by the way, and Adam, I'm going to scoot off in about 5 minutes because I have to go and prep to join the next bit we're going to do. So please don't think when I do that I'm not interested, because what you're doing, Adam, is absolutely fantastic as far as I'm concerned. And going on from one of Nikki's earlier questions, in terms of the size of the market and opportunity, do you have any kind of analysis of, if you've got lots of more home delivery, for example, on your electric bikes, how many cars that can take off the road? Do you have any analysis on, we're seeing the most extraordinary experiment ever at the moment with lots of home delivery for all the wrong reasons, of course, but we're seeing something happen that we hadn't planned for, and there will be something to learn from that. Do you commercially have any analysis of how home delivery and the little delivery bikes, etc., can benefit us in the bigger picture?
Yeah, there's actually, we don't have how many bikes could replace cars, because it depends on how the operators are positioned. Is there going to be mergers? Because it's a hyper competitive market, and are there going to be acquisitions, mergers? I don't know. I can sort of predict there'll be something. But then are they going to take slightly larger vehicles to then distribute various products? So are Amazon going to start doing pizzas? So in terms of that, I do think there is going to naturally be a shift. If you start looking at the global EV in terms of motorcycle market, just to show, just on a market perspective, it's currently, last year in 2019, it was $5.3 billion as a value of an industry. And by 2024, it's expected to be 6.9 billion. So if you look at India, 37 million two-wheeled vehicles on the roads, 20 million in Pakistan. Africa, there's 1 million. And the African motorcycle industry currently on, say, petrol is $9 billion. So if you start looking at that, it's absolutely incredible on the volume of market size and value. But how then that translates to the, say, food delivery, I think we're just going through this wonderful transition and sort of a wonderful collaborative approach, as I mentioned earlier. The food service industry in the UK is $13 billion. So there has to, with all of that competition and with all of that demand, then hopefully that adoption into EV is then going to facilitate that demand and bring competition into the environment, because that's what we're looking for.
Yes. Adam, do forgive Nick and I. We are juggling a little bit between talking to you and the bit of what happens next, and we're back and forward with our what was it called? Oh, what's it called? What
I think we're all sorted though.
Oh, we are good.
We are. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm going to scoot off to do the next bit. But Adam, I definitely want to talk to you again outside of this. With what I do on LinkedIn, I love to share stories of people that are, making great progress and all that kind of thing. So I'm going to clear off and catch up with you again another time. But thank you in the meantime, and I'll leave you in Nikki's capable hands for the next few minutes before we juggle.
I think it is actually the end of the session, Adam. So unfortunately, you're not just stuck with me. But no, we do really appreciate you taking the time, and also for getting involved yesterday as well. It was brilliant to hear.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, of course. You'll find out Actually, before I do end this, just very quickly, who out of the other pictures that we had yesterday in the competition sort of caught your eye?
From I think from a business level, I think, because we've looked at the African market, I think the other, Asambe, I think he's got a long way to go in terms of working with the operators and just the African politics. And I think the idea is there, but it's going to take quite a while. I know they're not there yet in terms of like proof of concept and actual working business model, but the idea is great. And probably because it's quite aligned with what we're doing. Yalla parking, where the money comes from is yet to be seen. I think as a business idea, the guys are great, and I'd very much like to see them progress. I'd say it would have to be Yalla parking for the UAE or Asembe from where was he from in Africa? Somewhere.
Now you're putting me on the spot. But I think he was working in quite a few different areas within Africa. Brilliant. Well, Adam, thank you again for joining us. And we will hopefully maybe catch up with you later in the day.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. All the best.
The past couple of days. Thank you.
Well, hopefully it's given us something else to take our mind off everything else. So, that was Adam from One Moto. And now we're going to have a quick video actually from TSC. And then we're going to do a bit of a point of view journey with the new Audi e-tron. So don't go anywhere.
The Sustainable City is the first project of its kind, spanning 5 million square feet. With sustainability at the core, it is a true embodiment of the 3 pillars of sustainability: social, economic, and environmental, which are seamlessly integrated into the foundations of the city. Along the perimeter of the city runs the buffer zone, which acts as a green belt to purify the air whilst reducing noise and pollution within the city. Additionally, it provides shade for the cycling track and horse riding tracks, which run parallel, and connects the city's equestrian club, which currently houses 62 pure-breed horses. Walkability is encouraged through the design of the Sustainable City, which features 5 safe, car-free residential clusters. All the villas designed using active and passive strategies to meet the highest standards of sustainability. Recycling stations are distributed throughout the residential clusters to ensure that 100% of waste is segregated and recycled. Several kids' play areas are distributed around the clusters, and a wind tower stands tall in the center of each cluster to cool the air in the residential plazas. Alongside the residential clusters are conveniently located solar-covered parking areas. The clean energy produced by these solar panels is used for the operation of the Sustainable City and charging electric vehicles. Along the middle of the Sustainable City is a flourishing farm area which runs the length of the city. The productive landscape of the farm is home to 11 biodomes growing herbs and vegetables, as well as urban farming plots which encourage residents to grow their own food. 100% of the water in the city is recycled and used to irrigate the green areas along the farm. Recycled cooking oil is collected within the Sustainable City to create biodiesel, which powers the construction machinery of Phase 2. The second phase of construction includes an international school, autism village, and innovation center, which will be the first positive energy building producing 140% of its required energy. Additionally, the Sustainable City features a green mosque and plaza. The Sustainable Plaza is home to residential apartments, retail shops, and restaurants, as well as being a health destination with clinics, including a sustainable medicine clinic, kids' autism center, and a physiotherapy clinic. The plaza hosts a variety of educational and sports programs, as well as diverse events for residents and visitors alike to enjoy. As an open living lab, the Sustainable City is dedicated to spreading knowledge of sustainability and innovation. Each year, the city receives thousands of students from schools and universities, in addition to high-profile local and global delegations. The sustainable city proves that building and operating sustainable cities does not require extra investment costs. In the contrary, there are substantial savings during the operational phase. During the past 3 years, the project has received over 20 local and global awards for the role it has played in highlighting sustainable living in the region. The sustainable city was also named the happiest community in the GCC, turning sustainability from a concept to a way of life.
You're live.
Well, there we go. Okay, so next up, I'm quite excited because one electric car that has really caught my eye this year is the Audi e-tron. You know, we've talked about, I suppose, how difficult it is at the moment for people to choose if they're buying an electric car, which electric car should they choose? However, this Audi e-tron, well, it's truly spectacular. And actually recently it's been doing the rounds at some of the best sporting events in the world. It's actually even recently supported marathon winners to set new records, which is pretty cool, keeping up with the very sort of, I suppose, green energy, although I'm definitely not going to take part in a marathon, that's for sure. Anyway, Ben, over to you because, well, you've got an even better look, haven't you?
Hi, Nikki. Yes, so as you know, this is obviously Smarter Mobility World Live. It's all about smarter mobility, and we're trying to do things as smart as possible. And our regional automotive partner, Yalla Motors, they have created a new way to communicate a product, which is called the point of view video. So point of view, and it's just such a cool way to see new cars, and to, especially now when people are at home or in the office and you can't get out to see the latest car, you know, you can't go down to the showroom to test drive this car. This video, it's called Point of View, is such a good way to get a feel for how the car drives and what it looks like, and you actually feel like you're inside the car. So I'm going to ask you, everyone at home, just embrace your screen for a moment. Look into the screen and imagine that you're on the lovely roads in Dubai. It's sunny, you've got an amazing new car, it's an Audi e-tron, fully electric, and you've had it for a week. You're getting into the car and you're just preparing to drive out to the desert where you're going to meet some friends and go cycling. You're going to go cycling. So your bikes are in the back, you're feeling great, life is amazing, and you're in an Audi e-tron. So let's run this point of view video and let me know what you think. Let me know what you think of this point of view video.
Looks like a countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
Right.
Right, okay, Roger. So hopefully you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. A rather beautiful Audi e-tron sparkling away in the Dubai sunshine. God, haven't you had the opportunity to drive one of these before?
Yes, I have. I had one for a week. Audi UK kindly loaned me a car, and it was beautiful.
You lucky thing. See, obviously you know the right people.
I know the right people and the wrong people, Nikki.
I'm not sure which category I come under. Anyway, let's take a little look at the e-tron, because I think the brilliant thing about this car is that it's kind of translated the brand new design language for the electric age, both inside and out. You can see how stylized the exterior is, and it's all these little details that make it clear that it is electric, I suppose. Now, hopefully in a moment, well, actually, I think we get to see inside the car first. And I must say, I love, if you take a little look there at that sort of orange piping there. Oh, absolutely beautiful. It's the small things that appeal to me with the design of the car. But as you can see here, where, how cool those wind mirrors look. Where the e-tron logo is at the front, press it, and that that little nifty button gives you access to the charging point, which it's so smart the way it sort of comes out electrically. Now we're getting the view from inside the driver's seat.
I've got to say, Nikki, I'm also a bit of a fan for a bit of piping. Personally, I like a bit of white piping, but orange piping, I could go with that as well. But yeah, I know when I tried the e-tron myself, I felt very much at home with it. There's a lot of cars you can sit in and you don't feel instantly comfortable. A lot of the material that you're going to work with isn't very intuitive. But this definitely is. Obviously, we're looking at a left-hand drive vehicle here. It's always a bit weird when it's the other way around. But the thing that I like, I worked at Audi many years ago. So the Quattro history, it's a global all-wheel pioneer, really, Audi. It's 30, 40 years of this. I think it began in Sweden, and rallying was something that came to the fore with Quattro, definitely. And I think, I suppose they'd call it the ancestral Quattro. The first Audi production model they've ever made was around about late 70s, about 1980, I think. So yeah, pretty impressive. But and the other thing is, we're watching a video and you can't hear anything, and there's a reason for that, apart from us talking. The thing is so whisper quiet inside. It's amazing.
How do you feel, obviously you've had the opportunity to drive lots of different cars, electric and traditional internal combustion engine cars. Do you miss the sound of an engine? Or do you find it, I personally now find it really quite sort of calming and relaxing and genuinely good for sort of my mental well-being and mindfulness. Because I think when you get in the car, a really like noisy, powerful, dirty combustion engine car, it just makes me want to drive like an absolute nutcase. Whereas when I get in the car of a nice electric car, it makes me feel a lot calmer and content. I don't know, is that just me, or do you have the same, Roger?
No, I'll be honest with you. I've never had the great. Oh, look at it go! Whoa! Can you feel that? My hair is moving backwards, Nikki. I don't know how, because I'm inside the car, but well, I'm not even inside the car, of course.
Got a bit of whiplash, have you? Actually, talking about that, the acceleration, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 5.7 seconds. Pretty impressive. Yeah. And it has a top speed of 200 kilometers an hour. So, that is sort of, starting performance very similar to that of another sports car. And this is just a little electric one. It's fantastic.
In terms of your question about sound, I'll be honest with you, I've never really had a fantastically lovely car. I think if I'd had a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a Maserati or something out of the Pininfarina stable, I might have missed that sound. But most of the cars I've ever had have had dreadful noises. They've been useless with rubbish engines, and I couldn't wait to get rid of them. So the sound of silence now is lovely. I've got to be honest with you.
Now, the other thing is, not only do we get the chance to look at inside the car, we also get the chance to sort of see what it's like driving around on the streets of Dubai. And from what I can gather is there's not much traffic.
Well, I don't know if this has been filmed this morning or something, Nikki, but because obviously you go out now and everywhere is spookily quiet. Yeah. Never actually been there myself. I've got some notes here because I thought I'd just have a quick look. The LTP, WL show you where, you know, ZapMap in the UK, for example, and other places, how to get around. You know, it all helps join things up so people can have both that range and access to easy charging. That's important too, isn't it? I mean, you've got what have you got, an i3 at the moment?
Yeah, I do, an i3. And we don't have a home charger. We just have on-street charging near where we live. But because I charge when I'm out and about, you know, going to meetings or going to the gym or going to the supermarket, I actually don't really need to charge it that often overnight. I just sort of keep it topped up. And I find that works really well for me. And also, especially with the benefits of parking now, I can sort of, you know, reserve my electric charge spot where I'm heading to in advance. It also makes the parking cheaper as well. Getting best of both worlds.
Yeah, you can't. You know, I've got to tell you, the fit and finish, the materials, the engineering, the manufacture, the door shuttings, the body, the whole, everything about this car is really, really lovely. It truly is. I also have to carry around Hendrix and Presley in my car, by the way. No, I know that sounds weird because, you know, you wouldn't really drive around with dead pop stars, but they're the two dogs, Hendrix and Vizsla, the Presleys, Vizslas, and yeah, they seem to quite like it as well. I wondered whether when I first started taking the dogs out in an EV, they'd sense that something was different, but no, as long as they get a run and they get fed, they're not bothered.
Now, can we also just take a look at this angle? Because if you look on the left-hand side on the door, just above the latch, you can see this kind of virtual exterior mirror. Which I think is the first time it's been used in a sort of a volume production automobile. I think we've seen it in the prototypes, but never before for volume production. And isn't that a cool angle to be able to see the road effectively through your door? I absolutely love it. I mean, Roger, did that sort of help with the driving experience, or is it just more of a gimmick?
Can I be really honest with you? I actually don't even remember that. But you've got to remember, Nikki, I'm knocking on a bit now. So I know who you are and I know what I'm doing today, but I've forgotten about that, to be honest with you. I shouldn't have done. I guess my mother.
Well, I'm sure maybe yours didn't have it.
I think I would have remembered, but it could have done. Honestly, it's tragic how quickly you can forget things these days. But I do know who I am, and I am aware of who you are and what we're doing. So that's good enough for me. There you are. Well, thank you for that ride, Mr. Audi.
Now, actually, yes, thank you. Because now we're going to have a quick chat, I think, with the guys, if we're still connected. Hopefully we are.
I think so. Yeah, I think we've got Damien Scopel coming on in a moment. I love the way that when we're doing these Zoom videos, we occasionally get two Bens. There's Ben Pullen 1 and Ben Pullen 2. But Damien, how are you? Thank you for that whiz round. Was that your Audi?
Hello, yes, I'm working at Audi Middle East.
Very nice. And was that your car we've just been in, or somebody else's car in Dubai?
It's not yet my car, but I would wish to drive the e-tron when we'll be relaunching it in summer. Yes.
Yes.
I bet.
Damien, where are you talking to us from? Are you in Ingolstadt or Neckarsulm?
No, I am French actually. I'm French, but I've spent 16 years in Germany. So perhaps my French accent has moved to the German one. I just hope that you are understanding me.
No, I think your French accent is definitely still very French.
Okay, thank you. I take it as a compliment.
Je vous en prie, monsieur.
Merci, monsieur.
Oui, d'accord. Nikki, nous avons une conversation peut-être en française avec mon ami Damien, mais we'll speak in English would probably be
I tell you what, you guys speak in French and I'm going to power through in English. Despite learning French for 8 years at school, my brain has shrunk since then and I barely remember how to say bonjour.
Yeah, so Damien, this is a very nice car. So how's it going? How are sales going with things? Because it's been out for what? Let me think, about 12 months?
Well, the car has been actually launched in the Middle East region so far in Jordan and Lebanon. So at the end of the year. So our Near East dealers have got the car, actually getting the car. And then we are planning to launch the e-tron in the GCC in Dubai, of course. I would say for late summer, but due to the current situation with coronavirus, it's quite hard to promise that we will be able to do that. So no one is sure about this, but this is actually our plan.
And we got the opportunity to have a kind of first glance there from the first person, and I'm sure you've seen the video as well. But from your perspective and from Audi's perspective, what is it that you think makes the design of the e-tron so unique? You know, when you see it driving down the road, what do you want everyone to think when they first see it?
Well, first of all, it's an Audi. So an Audi has special design features. So if you have looked at the video, I will give you two details. The first one is the so-called single frame grille, the front, which actually every Audi model is featuring. But on the e-tron, it has a new interpretation. So a new graphic design where you actually don't have any air intake, but it suggests actually that it's something special. Second detail is lighting. Audi is quite focused on the lighting and lighting signature. And every model has actually its own lighting signature. On the e-tron, it's featuring a new light design, which will be actually common for future EV cars.
Can you tell us a bit more about those amazing mirrors? Because you said being able to look at where you've been in the door rather than outside, and that definitely looks like it's still from the future, but it's on the car now. So what can you tell us about those, Damien?
Well, so each mirror features actually a high resolution camera, okay? And then the image is transmitted to the interior of the car on both OLED displays. The advantage of this technology is that it can actually adapt the image brightness in the ambient conditions. So for instance, in a GCC, when you are going from a tunnel to outside where the sun is very bright, then the OLED will adapt it. And
sorry, I'm smoking.
It has also some safety features. For instance, it has a very convenient blind spot warning. So when a car is coming from another line and you want to turn, then it will prevent you in a very nice way. And last but not least, it has also a narrow dynamic function, since those cameras are so aerodynamic that they can spend up to 7 kilometers of range. And you know how important the range is on an EV car.
Yeah, that's amazing. OLED, I've got an OLED television, but it's a bit bigger than the wing mirror on your car. But I understand what you mean about definition and brightness and depth of color and all those things. It's not just a visual appeal. You know, fundamentally what we're talking about here is safety, of course. So, I mean, that's the absolute fundamental. I think we've got a couple of minutes left, Nikki. So any thoughts that you've got? Clearly, Nikki is already in love with this car, which is good news.
I do. I must say, I do like the overall look and feel, I must say. I think one thing that actually, I think this is a question that's come from the audience, is a little bit of an explanation on the recuperation of energy and what the process is for that and how efficient it can be.
Okay, so Recuperation is a word which is very usually used. Maybe just a small definition before we go a bit more in details. What does it mean? It means that we are recovering the kinetic energy, so the momentum of the car, back into the batteries, so in electric energy. Because especially in EV cars, the energy is very precious. So the e-tron can actually recuperate the momentum, the energy, in two ways. First, when you are actually releasing your foot from the gas pedal. Of course, the gas pedal is a bit strange to use in an EV car, but when you are releasing the gas pedal, then the car is starting to recuperate. In the steering wheel is featuring also shift paddles or paddles. And with those paddles, you can actually tune how much you want that the car recuperate the energy. And second point is, of course, when you brake. When you brake, normally in a normal car, you lose energy in heat. But in the e-tron, you can actually recuperate the energy in braking. But I will give you actually an example, because all what I said was a bit theory. We have been testing the car in the region, and you know also the Jebel Hafid, close to Al Ain, and back actually down from the top of the mountain to down, we were able to recuperate 30 kilometers of range. So this is for you to feel how recuperation is important. It's not just a feature which is nice to write or to talk about, but it's actually something which helps us or the driver to maintain a good range.
Wow.
Hope I was clear.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no, it was clear, and you're very good at explaining this. I can understand, you know, it's your passion as well. I think Nikki's question was twofold, really. She wanted to, you know, help the audience hear what was happening, and she also wanted to hint that it would be nice for her to be able to test it herself, to be able to then, you know, share that experience with people at some point. Am I right, Nikki?
Maybe. I think it's only fair, really, so I can give a fair, just, unbiased opinion.
I agree. Well, I've got personally one more thing to say to you, Damien, because we're going to go to a video in our next slot. And forgive me, it's not French. I don't know what it is in French, but I would say Vorsprung durch elektrisch.
Vorsprung durch elektrik.
Vorsprung durch elektrik.
Yes. Share it like your washer's face.
We are a bit deforming the Audi claim. Huh? It's Vorsprung durch Technik.
Oh, yes, but we moved on. Damien, that was the 80s. That's so 80s. That's so 80s technique. But now it's all just electric now. Forget that last bit.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant.
Yeah, good. I think we're going to a video next, Nikki, aren't we? And then we'll be doing something else. We don't know what yet.
Yes, no, we are. Well, then after the video, we're going to be going, I think Ben is going to announce the results from the Middle East's largest electric vehicle buyers survey. So that is coming up. So don't go anywhere. But Roger, would you like to cue the video?
Yes, please. And now back to the studio. Roll VT.
Yeah. Hey, Jorge. Hey everyone, Ben Pullen here from Smarter Mobility World Live.
And the mosque just started the call for prayer, so I'll be very, very quick here. Now, obviously, in order to understand how to build your business strategy, whether you're business or government, you need to understand the data, the facts and the figures, the trends, and understand the market insights. You need to know what's happening. What are the numbers? You can't just say electric vehicles are going to be the future and then build your strategy based on that. You really got to understand what's going on. And Smarter Mobility World Live, we've been bringing some of those key insights out over the last 2 days. We obviously had Colin McCracker from Bloomberg New Energy Finance giving us some amazing stats and figures from all over the world for electric vehicles. Then we had Salman here today giving us an overview of the UAE market, the charging stations, and some of those comparison of EVs. And now we have, for the second year running, Jorge Bialade from Yalla Motor. He's sharing with us the latest electric vehicle buyers survey results. And they did this last year. We did it with, they got around 3,000 to 3,500 responses across the GCC around what people think of electric vehicles. Is it for them today? Have they driven an electric vehicle before? What are some of the barriers to adoption? So Yalla Motor did this last year. We helped them do it. Amina supported as well, the Automotive Association for the Middle East. And the findings were really interesting, and it was amazing how much interest those findings got, not just from people in the UAE, but from all over the world who downloaded the report. They wanted to understand what's happening in the GCC, what's happening in the UAE with electric vehicles. And so 12 months on, or rather it's probably around 15 months now, we set out with Yalla Motor to do the second round of this EV car buyer survey with the support of Amina. And Jorge is going to give us those findings. The first time they've been seen is right here, right now. You're going to hear about them, and then we'll go into a Q&A afterwards. Jorge, over to you.
Good. I need to tell you, sorry, because Natalie is, sorry, I'm half with you and half with Natalie on my mobile.
It's okay.
I don't know which. Yeah. I would like, I mean, you, Roger, while I'm presenting, will be great just to be, you know, you ask me questions. I'd rather prefer doing it a bit conversational rather than me presenting, which might be boring.
Okay, I think we might have gone live now already anyway, Jörg, which is fine. The thing I'm sure you've noticed around the world, whether it's the news that you watch or something else, is people doing things in a different way. So we're all kind of learning as we go along. So I think the best thing, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
I'm coming, yes.
Yeah, good.
I can hear. How are you, Roger? All good?
Yeah, I'm all good.
I think we're live, right?
Yeah, I think so. So we're live. So there you are. We can wave. We can do all sorts of things, and stuff like that. And
I don't have those things on my head, right? That you have.
I don't know what's happening to me. I think it's because I might be going slowly mad.
You have the premium version.
But listen, without any further ado, it's lovely to connect with you here. Like you said earlier, it's a pity we didn't get to meet up in Geneva. It's a pity a lot of things have happened, but we are where we are. So you kindly suggested that as you go through your presentation and share your screen, I can make a few comments. I will do that, but I'll try not to do it too much and spoil your flow. But given you've invited me, I will do it now and then. So over to you.
Thank you, Roger. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be connected in this wonderful online event that now is happening. I've been following every single talk, and actually all of them very, very interesting. I believe now our approach for the summit, and this was something that we did in collaboration with Generation E. And as I was saying last year, I mean, our partnership seems to get stronger year over year. And for the second consecutive year, we are now releasing the electric vehicle report for the Middle East and for the GCC in particular, in order to understand car buyers' behaviors towards the adoption of, again, of electric vehicles. From our point of view, I mean, we have a massive audience, and we firmly believe that understanding the pain points of car buyers by, for instance, trying to answering their questions when it comes why they're not buying electric vehicles or why they're buying electric vehicles will help every single stakeholder, right, to accelerate this adoption. So let me tell you people a bit, if I go to the presentation, I'm pretty sure, I just want to check with you, Roger, if everyone is seeing what I'm seeing, by the way.
Yeah, it's all live. So if a child runs behind you or your dog comes in, that's all fine as well.
All right.
We can
great.
see everything.
Cool. So just to give you a bit more of a background, this report comes from a sample of 3,190 car buyers due to a survey we did online from the 21st of Jan till the 14th of Feb. And all these actually answers are coming from Yellow Motors' massive audience that we have on a yearly basis, which is over 27 million sessions, over 138 million page views. We literally have more than 75 million minutes of people browsing car content, right? So this sample of 3,190 people is actually a very accurate sample, right? That will give us a clear picture of where do they stand towards buying or not buying an electric vehicle. Another thing that I would like to highlight as well is that throughout this presentation, we'll be going through, in some cases, through a comparison from previous results, like from 2019 and 2020, all right? So let me show you a bit of the questions we've asked to the car buyers. So one of the first questions we asked over our survey was, have you ever owned an electric vehicle?
Are you sorry to interrupt you, Are you going to share your screen with us? Are we looking at, can we see your presentation off your laptop?
So you're not seeing the presentation?
Not at the moment, no. If you look at the bottom, if you've got it there ready, you've got a little green button, share screen. Can you see that one?
All right, no, I can't. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Where is it? Hold on a minute, they're texting me.
Are you on? You're on Zoom. Oh, you must be on Zoom because we're both on it.
Yeah, but they're telling me not to share the screen, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I don't know.
All right, not a problem. No,
you just let me know when you see it.
Yeah, sure. I think they're going to put it up. I think.
Yeah, maybe they will put it up.
It'll come up. Yeah, just give us an intro again. Sorry to interrupt, and then we'll pop it up. I think we'll pop it up there.
Yeah. I mean, no problem at all. No, basically,
they can see it. Yes, they can see it. So we're fine.
All right, cool.
Right, I can't, but they can. So that's all that's good. Yeah. So
all right,
carry on.
So yeah, basically, I mean, the first question we asked to these car buyers was, have you ever owned an EV? And this is sample only in the GCC, and happens that only the 5.11% actually owned an EV. This, from our understanding, we believe also not necessarily they own it here in the GCC. I mean, we have a population full of expats, so might have happened that at the end of the day, people did own an EV back in their home country, right? But what clearly shows is that people are owning a lot more of hybrids, which is, I believe, the common ground between internal combustion engines and fully electric vehicles. And in all cases, we still have this untapped potential market of 83% of people who never owned an EV. One of the questions we've got while doing this report is, how does this compare with the previous year's results? I'm going to get there. And as you can see, there has been a progress. So in the Middle East, in the GCC particularly, people are owning more electric vehicles if we compare it from last year. 2019 was 4.88%. 2020 is 5.11. But what we understand from the results is that the electric vehicles are eating from the hybrid segment. So till now, there's no clear shift. They might be happening, but till now, there's no clear shift from internal combustion engines to all the way electric. People might be going first to hybrid and see how it goes, and then they jump to full electric vehicles.
Right, good. Everyone can see this. Just to reassure you, everyone is watching the presentation.
All right, awesome, good stuff. So now I'm going to jump to the next slide, which is one of the other questions we've asked our users, which is, have you ever driven an electric vehicle? And this is actually quite refreshing. So from 2019 to 2020, there is an increase of 2.37% of people driving an electric vehicle, right? Which is good, I believe, is good for the industry. We all know that putting the people behind the steering wheel at the end of the day, giving the people that experience of driving an electric vehicle helps converting down the line, because there's no way at the end of the day, if you drive an electric vehicle, you won't like it, right? I mean, it's such an amazing experience, and I'm pretty sure Ben can elaborate a bit more on this. And actually, this is something that he always highlights, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jörg. I think, and I guess it's going to come onto it in your presentation, so I don't want to preempt that. The driving of the EV, yes, you know, the sound, the comfort, the performance, etc. I think the challenges we all know come when it comes to charging. But I don't want to say any more on that because I don't want to get in the way.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the Middle East, in the GCC, sorry, I keep saying the Middle East. In the GCC, there are a few challenges we need to overcome. Then as a conclusion, I'm going to give you a couple of highlights as a summary on that. But I mean, now that you mention it, I mean, it is a perceived issue from car buyers, the infrastructure, and that's across the GCC. We understand that in the GCC is not ready as like a group of countries. However, I will say in the UAE, we are more than ready. I mean, infrastructure, it is in place. While we don't have that many electric vehicles on the roads, the UAE has the biggest ratio when it comes to charging stations against electric vehicles.
Right, that's good to hear. By the way, just to help you nudge you along, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm really going to try and shut up and let you whiz through the presentation if I can do that, Yogi.
Yes, absolutely. So let me speed things up. Have you ever driven an EV? So there is a 2.37% of increment, which we understand is a good sign. There is a lot more to do, though. And then, which are the good things from a car buyer perception? So we asked them, listen, highlight the advantages of an electric vehicle. Of course, we see the top three as better fuel economy, reduced carbon emission, lower maintenance cost. But still, there is a lot of people that they don't know enough of electric vehicles for them to assess what is an advantage or what is a disadvantage, right? Which comes from a pure educational point of view. Right, we need to educate the car buyers when it comes to electric vehicles. So that's my second highlight for this presentation. One is putting them behind the steering wheel. They need to test drive the vehicles. And the other one as well is all the education we need to do with them, because people at this point in time, they think and they believe they can own an EV in the same way they can own an internal combustion engine vehicle. And that's not the way. I mean, the same way your behavior changed while shifting to an iPhone from that wonderful Nokia 1100, right? You cannot expect to, at the end of the day, own an electric vehicle the same way you own a regular internal combustion engine car. So that's the good. Let me jump quickly into the challenges, the perceived disadvantages, the perceived challenges that the car buyers see on an electric vehicle. And there is increment. So again, there is increment in the long recharging time, in the initial cost of purchase, and the inconvenient charging options. And there is an increase from 2019 to 2020. So I believe we did not do our homework when it comes to educating all the car buyers with the results we've released in 2019. Do you think an electric vehicle is a good return of investment? Most of the people, they don't consider an electric vehicle as a good return of investment. But most importantly, they don't know, right? So we can see that 42% of the people we've asked, they don't know if an electric vehicle is a good return of investment, which comes with uncertainty at the end of the day, because purchasing a vehicle is a big investment for anyone in the world, right? Still the second biggest, let's say, financial decision eventually a regular person can make. First is the house, and the second one is the vehicle. So at this point in time, they don't know if it's a good return of investment. The price is also an issue, because the electric vehicle is perceived as an expensive, and most of the people, for instance, they will pay the same amount of money as its similar competitor on the petrol side, or even they will pay less. So the people who actually will pay more for an electric vehicle is less than the people who they will pay less or the same amount of money. And this did not change from 2019 to 2020. We have a bit of demographics here. We actually wanted to understand if men or women will have it as a primary car. And we know that men are more willing to have an electric vehicle as a primary car. I know I'm a bit short in time, so I just want to quickly skim on the presentation. The report is now available online. I've shared the link with the team so everyone can actually download it. The expectations while charging, still the same. People expect at least 65% of those who responded on the survey, they're expecting their vehicle to charge in less than 3 hours. The last question we asked was if they're willing to buy an EV in the next 2 years. And at least 23% of all the respondents, if they're males, they're saying that they will be buying, they're willing to buy an EV in the next 2 years. They're very likely to buy one, whereas women, they're like a bit less. That's a 14.5% willing to buy an electric vehicle in the next 2 years. If we compare these results from previous year results, we also see a drop. Right, so there is less people willing to purchase an electric vehicle. So I believe, just in order to wrap up, we have three main areas to tackle. I mean, the results are showing that there has not been that much progress if we compare 2019 with 2020. And there are three main areas that we definitely need to tackle in order to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles in the region. One is giving the car buyers the opportunity to test drive it. that comes from manufacturers, right? The second one is educating car buyers on electric vehicles, because, for instance, if people say that I expect an electric vehicle to charge in less than 3 hours, right, that's on a complete charge. But I mean, how many of us actually we consume the entire battery on a daily basis? Usually you, Roger, or even myself, I commute like 50 kilometers a day. So there's no need, right, to charge from scratch an electric vehicle. I mean, if you do it on a daily basis, actually, everyone should be okay. And the third issue that we also need to tackle, especially here in the Middle East, is the initial cost of purchase. Electric vehicles are perceived as very, very expensive to buy. People, they don't perceive there is a good return of investment, and the governments are not subsidizing the electric vehicle per se.
Yes.
So also in Europe, I mean, you can actually lease the battery. We need to find different ways. I mean, the same way we don't drive an electric vehicle as an internal combustion engine vehicle, we cannot expect the purchasing decision to be the same and the purchase itself to be the same.
Quite agree. You know, some things are the same, but many things are different, and we've got to get those different things in our understanding right. We're going to have to wrap up there. Yogi, there's been lots of questions. Unfortunately, I can't feed them through right now because we do have to try and get back on track. The good thing is, and thank you for being so generous in sharing the link to the report, because these things take time and money to research and come together. Absolutely. So we really appreciate you doing all of that. I'm going to ask one very quick question that I've had in though. Have you tried out any electric motorcycles? Just a quick one.
I've tried the One Moto one in the Sustainable City, indeed, and I was absolutely in love with it.
Cool. I knew I had to put that one question in. Listen,
thumbs up for them.
Yeah, thank you so much, as I said, for being so generous in sharing this with us. I'm sure there'll be a lot of follow-ups to this. You can always go over onto the YouTube channel and look at what questions have come in after your presentation. I'm sure there'll be plenty, and everyone now knows who you are. You put yourself on the map, Yogi. You were already, but even more so now. So thank you for your time. We appreciate your presentation, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Roger. We see you soon. Before we leave, I also want to say thank you to my team, especially Anas and Saran, which are these two rock stars that they work for Yalamotor, and they put together this wonderful report. So also kudos for them.
Good for you. So we're going to go back now to Nikki in the studio, but it's not really. It's at Nikki's house. And Nikki has got another panel session for us. So we shall hand over right there now. So it's all yours, Nikki.
Everyone's kind of slightly stuck in their ways.
Good. I think that's us done. Thank you again.
Understanding around what electric vehicles are and how they work. And as soon as people don't know what's going on, they have this fear of the unknown, and perhaps don't like to become an early adopter. I think we're starting now. Right, we're live now. So apologies if I am about to repeat myself if we were live a few seconds ago, but just in case, I will start again. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Smart Mobility World Live. We are streaming from around the world. I'm here in London. Lots of our panelists who we're about to meet, I think, are all based in the UAE. But this session is all about taking electric vehicles from niche to mainstream for the consumer market. And it's so nice that electric vehicles are coming out of being niche, because I've worked in this industry for a long time and they have been niche for so long, but that is all about to change. Now, I think I'm probably going to crack on by actually introducing our panelists, first of all. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome here with us, we've got Alan Whaley, the chairman at Amina Auto. Alan, if you want to just kick off and introduce yourself and also just very quickly tell us what Amina Auto are all about.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for having me. I'm the chairman of Amina, which is the Automotive Association. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm the chairman of Amina, which is the Automotive Association for the Middle East and North Africa. And basically, we cater for the OEMs, dealer importers, the third-party suppliers, and the people that work within the industry. The main idea is to raise the standards, share best practices, and give market intelligence and insights with the hope of obviously making everybody flourish in this part of the world.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. And we also have with us Faraz Al-Mazroui, the co-founder and managing director at Vault.ae. Faraz, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki, for the introduction. My name is Faraz Al-Mazroui. Salam alaikum, first of all. And I like to say that we as Vault, we try to help others who's stranded on the road or like to install a charger or have some questions, and we usually reach out very good to clients all the time. One of the things that we have similar vision to all electric car enthusiasts to have the sustainability to be driven in an accelerated way. We would like to also reach out to everyone in the UAE if they need any assistance into solutions, because we are not a brand loyal, but we are more as a, how can I say this? We're more into a customer tailored solution in a way. So if there is anything that we can help from our end, we were happy and we're reaching out to the public. Though, coming to this consumer market, we have a lot to say and share to the public. Thank you, Nikki.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Faraz. Now, next we also have Gilbert Tego, the CEO at E-Motor Show Middle East, which I'm very excited to hear more about, actually. Gilbert, take it away.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm the CEO of E-Motor Show Middle East, which is a consumer event. It's an e-motor show, but it's only focused on electric and EVs and e-mobility. So it only shows this type of technology. And we're happy to be part of this panel because we have a lot to share from the experience we had from consumers who visited the show. We had more than about 1,000 visitors that came to the show, and we got lots of feedback to share. We as a company, we have also developed after the e-motor show something called the EV Chargers ME, which is something that's a need that we saw from consumers, and hopefully we'll be talking about it on this panel too.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Gilbert. Very interested to hear what your consumers have been saying, that's for sure. And then saving the best till last, of course, we've got very happy to say that we've got Anna Rodriguez here with us. She's an automotive blogger and car reviewer at Her Wheels. So Anna, tell us a little bit about yourself and also Her Wheels. I'm intrigued.
Hello there. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
So my name is Anna Rodriguez, and I started a brand called Her Wheels, which is his and her, so her for women, Her Wheels UAE. And it is a social blog on Instagram, and primarily started it out of the passion for cars. I've always been into cars as a child, and I needed to channel that passion some way. And I don't think in this day and age, anything better than the blog is better than it. So that's how Her Wheels began, and I am also a car reviewer. I professionally review cars with Yellow Motor, who is on board with us during the summit today. So yes, that is what I do, and I believe EVs is now such an important part of journalism as well, and that's primarily, I hope I can be contributing from that aspect. Over to you.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Anna. And it's great fun, isn't it? We get to drive all the fun cars. But it is a job, I promise. We have very serious jobs. So I think, obviously, this session, we really want to talk about how electric vehicles are going from niche to mainstream for consumers. I mentioned it at the very beginning. I think that the big sort of barriers to entry that we've always had to deal with are things like cost and range, the charging infrastructure, and this lack of understanding that, the fear of the unknown. How do I charge my car? How does it work? What's the life cycle of my battery? But we're moving away from this area where electric vehicles were niche, and now they're becoming much more mainstream, which I am very happy about, I must say. But I think my first question I would actually like to ask all of you, because no doubt you do have different opinions. And I guess I'm going to give you my experience. So I think one of the main reasons that we're looking at now we have a barrier to entry is because people still don't or haven't experienced driving electric vehicles. And there is this incredible conversion rate. Once people have experienced driving an electric vehicle, they then want to buy an electric vehicle. But before they actually have the experience of test driving a car, they can't really get their head around it and they struggle. So for me, I think this is one of the barriers that we're looking at the moment. But I'd really like to get your opinions as well. Alan, I'm going to go for you if you fancy kicking off this discussion.
Yep, sure. A lot to be done, and I'm going to show my age here. This is the same journey that it started when Lexus came on the scene, Infiniti came on the scene. Audi decided that they really want to ramp up the brand. And it was about asking different questions because, at the time, Lexus, who nobody heard of, back in 1989, was charging the same amount of money for Mercedes and BMW, and primarily everybody said it's a Toyota. So different journey whereby the electric vehicles need to go. A lot of education needs to be done by the OEMs and by the dealer importers. And what I mean about that, there's a lot of people about anxiety, and you were saying yesterday that one of the biggest questions people ask you is, how does it feel? Should I buy one? Now, how many OEMs have actually adopted, let's say, a fleet of demos, a fleet of courtesy vehicles, whereby you take your car in and say, just drive this, try it. A lot of exposure needs to happen, both for, in terms of range anxiety, in terms of price, etc. Not every electric vehicle is a Tesla and it costs a lot of money. Renault do some beautiful electric vehicles, even BMW, the one that you drive, Nikki. It's a beautiful, beautiful BMW. So it's not just about the misconception here. It's luxury, it costs a lot, and it'll stop in the middle of the road whereby I don't know what to do with my electric. A lot of education needs to happen.
I love that word, misconceptions. It's very true. There are definitely lots of misconceptions, and I'm doing quite a lot of myth busting at the moment. I've just launched a site called electrifying.com, and that is the sole purpose of it, to try and, you can come and find out everything about all the different models, but we have this sort of vocabulary section that is there to just myth bust, to try and really, educate everyone who is very new to this. And fair enough. If I didn't work in this industry, I wouldn't really understand it either. But thanks for that answer, Alan. Anna, let's get an answer from you.
Well, I think, as Alan put it, I couldn't have put it better. It's education that is so important, because us as consumers, it's pretty much, it comes around as monkey see, monkey do. So if you do look at a lot of other people doing it, you kind of have that peer pressure into, hey, maybe I should try it out as well. So that is one way of looking at it. And the second way, at least from my perspective, is that it needs to be put out there for the people. Because as you're mentioning as well, I think everyone's afraid of it. Ooh, what if I stop in the middle of the road? What if something holds me from continuing my journey? Just take an example of a road trip. Before you get on the road trip, you're going to fuel up. What will you be charging? So people have these concerns, if I can call them, as to how am I going to manage with an electric vehicle? And if that can be tackled, I think that it's a good way to go.
And how do you find with, if you're doing car reviews and you have your blog, I'm sure you're interacting with fans and car enthusiasts all the time. What are the kind of questions that they're asking? Is it the high level basic questions, or are they more the sort of the intricate details that they want to know about?
Well, it would be a mix of both. It would be a balance of both, to be honest. But then again, car brands themselves aren't putting out EVs to journalists like us who can put it forward to a bunch of people. So as a reviewer, if they give me electric vehicles, I can communicate it better to my viewers, at least, that, hey, you know what? You're not going to break down in the middle of the road if you pre-plan, etc. So if we were given the cars to probably show the others, that would be very helpful as well. But in regards to questions, I think some people who have done their homework have better questions to ask. And then you will definitely have the silly questions as to, okay, what do I do? You know, so it really depends from person to person. But I would say majority of the people do ask wise questions, and that will be more detailed.
And what about the response? Because you don't just do car reviews for electric cars, do you? You do a mix.
Yes, so I definitely do combustion vehicles.
So when you know, if your viewers, your fans, they're used to combustion engine cars, do you get is it a positive response when you're suddenly doing an EV?
Yes, definitely positive. I think there is a bit of a shift that people are willing to try, but they're still too afraid. There is something holding them back. So definitely a positive response, though.
Excellent. Now, Faraz, I'm very interested in talking to you because charging infrastructure, this is something that we always talk about as being a big barrier to entry, but so much money has been put into the investment around charging, but there are still limitations, aren't there? Faraz, talk us through what the sort of current situation is and where the future looks with charging. Oh, I'm going to have to get you to take yourself off mute, sir.
Well, thank you for reminding me of the unmute. Sometimes you forget yourself. Yes, thank you for the question. The charging is required regardless. Thank God that city of Dubai is, I would say, way up to date than other cities around the world. Like London, they probably have some difficulties with old cabling, 100 years old, infrastructure in some areas. But when it comes to Dubai, yes, we do have 600 chargers as they've announced. Those are public chargers in a way. Me, myself, I probably just passed 500 chargers that Volt installed in residentials. So definitely that's a growth over there. We do need at least another 2,000 charging in public just to keep up what we have on the ground today. That's how much chargers is required. Now, is the grid ready for it? I am sure that they are, because it comes to usage and basically when they're not going to plug in at the same time, all of them. Education is definitely required, as noted. Many people would love to shift. The problem we have is availability. And unfortunately, many manufacturers don't see Middle East as a priority in their market as they see European or the US or the Chinese, or the big three, I would say, in a way. I always ask myself, what is it, or what will it take to bring a manufacturer and say, you know what, put us on the map on this matter? Is it regulation? Is it something? Do you want a wonderland somewhere, a piece of land that you can do whatever you want? Just prioritize the products. We are very small compared to the others, but we're growing. We're an emerging market, and sitting in the lion's mouth in a way with the oil industry. We really need their assistance.
Yeah. And do you have the same issues? Speaking from a UK perspective, the market is very fragmented. There are lots of different suppliers. We have different apps, different cards that you're required to actually charge. There isn't just sort of one overall company that's managing it all, so it makes it quite difficult.
Well, what I've done, Nikki, I'm in development of an application with the EVOA, which is Electric Vehicle Owner Association. It's a website we have. That application, you can sign in and create an account with us. It's not available yet on the App Store. It's going to come soon. And what happens is you can link your account with your manufacturer. So we started with Tesla, so you can link your account with Tesla. And you get all the UIs, basically the vehicle, how much battery status and all that in there, but we are trying to reach out to Mercedes-Benz and maybe Porsche and other manufacturers to have, one owner can have multi-brand at the same time. And what we're trying to collect is the most important, is we're not trying to know where you are. That is something that we're definitely not going to want to know, but we'd like to know the unknown areas of charging infrastructure. Many chargers are not listed in the public, and what happens is by you plugging in your car, there is a ticket that gets issued and tell us as a service provider that this car or that IP got plugged in this location. And what happens is if any other car came to the same area, geofenced, automatically it will tell us that, okay, it is another notice, so can you check it visibly on Google Map? And if it's residential, it destroys the information at the same time. So it's some kind of AI algorithm. It's not really an AI, but it's some kind of code put together to let us know. And by charging the rate, we know the car, how much it takes. We know what kind of charger it is. So
they're collecting information all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Data is important for us.
Ah, yes, big data. We love it. Brilliant. Thanks for that answer. I'm going to swiftly move on to Gilbert so we can have a bit more of a chat with you. Gilbert, tell us then, you mentioned that you're getting feedback from consumers all the time, particularly from having your event. What kind of appetite are you seeing, and how have you seen that change in the last few years, and where are we looking ahead to?
That's a lot of change. What we have seen is definitely a change from no information at all. Lots of misconceptions, right? People think that electric cars are not fast, are not for me. They have the image of this small city car that moves at slow speed. Does it go up the mountains? Is it fast enough? So all these, and where do I charge it, is another big question. So all these questions get answered when people go to specific events and platforms where can they only focus on EVs and e-mobility. And we've seen a big change of knowledge since then, and sales kicking in some markets just when the consumers test the cars. And today we all live in an experience economy. And what the e-motor show was able to give the consumers is the test. And we gave them tests indoors so they could feel that there is no pollution, pollution and zero noise. And then they could go out of the exhibition hall onto the street and, kick in the car and feel the power and everything. So that mix was really so good that people loved it. We had more than 2,000 test drives, and everybody that came out of the car was ecstatic. And lots of people came back, and then they followed up the leads, and we've seen some sales to turn around. Now, that's the most important thing. And I think, as everyone is saying, when you get the feeling of the car, when you get to drive it, I've seen you driving this Audi earlier. So when you get to drive such cars and things like this, you really feel the power, feel the difference. One has to get used to the differences, okay? And then the biggest question come in, okay, where do I charge it? And most people don't know that they could charge it just like their mobile phone at home. And in some countries where the terrain is small, they probably don't need much on, the public places. And that's another thing that needs to be done, is test the terrain of each country to see what kind of solutions you need to bring. And this is something we did with an academic institution here. And we had test drives for a week, whereby we were able to see from the terrain, where do people need to charge? Because when you go downhill, you recharge, and that's also something people don't know. They think just when they go uphill, they will exhaust all the power and don't have anything left. So they don't know that they could recharge downhill. So there are really lots of learning and, as we say, education in this field. And that's going to come up as more manufacturers come in the game. And as of today, we know that almost every manufacturer in the world, car manufacturer, is in the game of EVs. There are lots of new players that are also in. Tesla has put the bar very high and is leading, and everybody now is trying to catch up with the different technologies. So that's going to bring a lot of awareness into the market, because you see them more often around.
It's a really interesting point you make there, and it's sort of that we've actually had a question that's come in from somebody online, from N Katerina, and they are asking, are the innovative features that most EVs have that you wouldn't have available in medium cost cars today, does that reason provide a big interest for people, and that's why they're interested in electric cars? Which is an interesting question. Who wants to take that one?
I can tell you something about it from the experience we had with Audi on the show. And I think you talked about it just a while ago, which is this indoor mirror. That's a feature. That's something you don't have in other cars. Well, that's a sexy part, but you wouldn't buy a car for that. So the answer is yes, features are beautiful. They're different. You can talk to, Siri. You can talk to Alexa now on the car and tell it to take you somewhere. And with autonomous driving or semi-autonomous driving. So these are new features, new approaches, but they don't make you buy the car. They're big attractions.
Big attractions, yeah, absolutely. We also have an interesting question here from Karim, and it should be great to get your opinions as well. He's saying that subsidy isn't healthy, but incentives are, such as VAT exemption. Would you agree with that? And do you think that's helping introduce people into the market?
100%.
Go on, Anna, go for it.
Alan, then.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right. It is helpful. But I think one thing that is we're missing, if you look at, rather than just the screen price or the purchase price, if you look at the whole life costing, how much would that vehicle cost you throughout its cycle of 3 or 5 years? We know for a fact that a normal vehicle has anywhere between 22 to 26,000 moving parts, versus the electric ones, they have anything between 40 to 100 moving parts. They are cheaper to run. Obviously, there's no fuel. They are cheaper to maintain, and they are proving to be very, very good in terms of residual values when you come to sell them. For example, in this part of the world, Jordan has a very healthy used car market. So one of the things that we need to look at, either cost per kilometer that you do, or cost of the vehicle throughout its whole life costing. Once you do the calculation, you'll actually find that electric vehicles are very, very, very competitive in that sense. But yes, anything that can stimulate electric vehicles to be in the what we call in the sales cycle or in the consideration cycle, that helps. Because is it in the shopping list? Let's say you want to buy a vehicle, SUV, whatever the case may be. What are the brands are you considering? Is electric vehicle, is that an initial consideration list?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Anna, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's okay.
So I am going to just quickly ask you, because we're sort of slowly running out of time, got a couple of minutes left, to just wrap up maybe in 30 seconds. At the moment, what do you think needs to happen for us to shift to electric vehicles being mainstream faster? Because, it is happening, but we need to speed it up. Anna, do you want to go for it?
May I answer this one?
Oh, absolutely, Faraz. I'm actually going to get you all to answer it. I want to get all your opinions, but you kick it off.
Well, I'm going to throw the big one here. I think the government should reconsider in many of the guidelines, many of the regulations, to allow EV-related matters in charging or parts, or it comes down to incentives in electric bills, or incentives in import VATs, or import even taxes. In this case, this is the GCC side of it. Though when it comes to standards also, some there is some variation in the city of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, whereas the standard is quite different. As I go and say, it's an IP55 for the standard in Abu Dhabi. That means more water resistance. I kind of argued that we need a NOAA flood to kind of get that to be destroyed. But though it goes down to, do they really want to change? And if they do, they will put in the effort. But right now, I don't see. There is some, and I admire how much they've done, but it needed to be more.
Okay, so a step up from the government from Faraz. Thank you very much. I'm going to go across to Anna now to get your sort of 30-second, what do we need to do to change things?
Well, number one, I would suggest to change things for starters is build up the confidence of the consumer that, yes, electric vehicles are great for the environment. Number one, they know that, but it's great for you as well in terms of cost, as mentioned, as Alan Faraz mentioned, charging stations are coming about. Gilbert has also spoken. So everyone's given insights. All that needs to happen now is just change their paradigm from the regular to what is better.
Yeah, brilliant. Excellent. Great summary there. Thank you, Anna. Gilbert, let's go over to you for your final words.
Okay, I think it's a mix of both. You need the government to advance, and you need the private sector to go faster. When I say the government, it's incentive, it's regulations, it's help, it's infrastructure. When I say it's the private sector, the car manufacturers, the price is still high for electric cars. And most people compare the cost of acquisition versus the total cost of ownership of a car. So you need to reduce a bit the cost of initial acquisition. This is going to come with batteries going down in price and the market going in mainstream much more. So we think in 2021 that will go much faster onwards. And the combination of those two things will really drive the market in replacement. Some regulation in some cities, we know in Europe, they're putting some regulations to stop the combustion engines into some cities at certain periods, like Norway or even the UK. So these things are going to even accelerate more the user to transform.
Excellent, brilliant. Thanks, Gilbert. And final words there from Alan. Then, if you could summarise just in a couple of short sentences, what do we need to happen to shift to mainstream adoption?
It's a combination, actually. A collaboration between government, OEMs, and dealer importers. It really needs a concerted effort from everybody. Number one. I think also, if you look at it, one of the interesting things about this horrible situation we find ourselves in, the silver lining is actually the air is much less polluted, especially in Europe, because people are staying at home. Fish are appearing in ponds, etc. So I think as a social responsibility, electric vehicle makes much more sense. But I think also as an industry, we need to be very versatile because, again, post-coronavirus, we've been talking about shared mobility. People are going to be very, very conscious about sharing mobility these days. So we need to be aware of these things and where the trends are going. But I think, as an industry, we owe it to the environment as well, that we reduce the carbon emissions and footprints. Electric vehicles are the way, but it needs to be, it's not just the government, it's not just the OEMs, it's not just the dealer importers, it's everybody, but also as consumers.
Excellent, brilliant. Well, that Alan, was a perfect roundup. Guys, thank you ever so much for taking the time to do this. We do really, really appreciate it. I've really enjoyed that session, actually, because it's great to chat to you all from different areas within the industry. And I know it's not easy doing a conference remotely like this, but we've really appreciated it.
May I say one last word, though?
Go on, then. You've got 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Switching to electric car is switching from like an old mobile that has no screen. It's not smart, a smart mobile. People should consider that.
I'm completely with you, Faraz, because I must say, when I now get into a car with an internal combustion engine, I feel like I am stepping back in time. It's really bizarre. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Now we're going to watch, thanks to all of you. We're going to watch a video on Smart Mobility Africa, but don't go anywhere because we do have another panel upcoming very soon.
I think this is the first time that this event happened in Africa, and I think it's very important because it will show to the world that African countries are really engaged in this new mobility trend, and they want to take a very strong position and do something to change the ecosystem, the mobility ecosystem in Africa.
We in South Africa are a long way behind, mainly because we don't have legislation in place to support the tax breaks that Norway, China or the US have currently. So I think this event is a great one to wake everybody up to say, come on, industry, OEMs, private sector and government have got to work together to bring electromobility to Africa.
That it's recyclable,
Yes,
every single component. That's amazing. The thing is, it's the carbon footprint that's lower, and then on top of that, you're able to recycle the car.
So currently in the city of Tshwane, I think we are one of the leading cities when it comes to smarter mobility within the continent. You will know that we've increased the number of charging stations around the city. We also have increased our fleet of electric vehicles. Our buses are running on compressed natural gases, and we are the first city in sub-Saharan Africa to have a depot that has CNG pumps and has buses running on CNG.
So Africa is really being left out of this advanced transportation conversation, which is major because this is where most of the population growth is going to be happening in the future. So
electric mobility is still in early stages of development in Africa. It's the best thing to do is to share knowledge and to spread awareness about electric mobility so people learn about it and get interest and understand that there are other ways to travel around than in an internal combustion car.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Smarter Mobility World Live. Hopefully you are all enjoying these sessions. Now we are going to start off this session called Smarter Mobility for Ultimate Urban Living. And now I'm going to introduce some of our panelists who are joining us on the line. Okay, so we've got Matthew Piper, the co-founder at Kula. Matthew, do you want to kick off by introducing yourself and what your company does?
Sure, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. Where are you?
Unfortunately, I got stuck in the middle of a farming area.
Can you just show us? I mean, I love this. This is you know, the modern way of... You're basically in the middle of a field.
Yes, basically. I couldn't make it back to urban life, unfortunately.
Authentic
cool,
agriculture at the heart, though.
Yeah, so as you can see, I'm from the agricultural industry, based in South Africa, Johannesburg. I run a company called Kula, and we're basically a marketplace for farmers to connect with buyers. We work with about 3,000 farmers in South Africa currently. We also do a lot of interesting logistics integration, getting the food from the source, from the farmer to the end user. And I'm sure we'll delve into it a bit more as we go along.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Brilliant. Thanks, Matthew. Now, also, we have Karim El Jazir, the Chief Sustainability Officer at Diamond Developers. Karim, would you like to introduce yourself and the company? Oh, I think you may have your mute button on.
My mute, unmute.
There we are, sounding much better.
So wonderful. Thank you for inviting me in. Yes, my name is Karim. I'm a resident in Sustainable City since 2016, and I'm now the Chief Sustainability Officer, and which is a great thing to be because, sustainability is such a fantastic discipline. It involves so much, including smarter mobility. And so my job is really to bring, to test innovations, explore, measure, there's a lot of measuring involved, and then bring those innovations to the mother company, Diamond Developers, as we roll out, deploy future cities, sustainable cities. Yeah.
Thanks, Karim. And we've also got back with us, I think he's a bit of a star of the last couple of days. We've got Craig McDonald, the co-founder and CEO at Yalla Parking.
Yeah, thanks, Nikki. Thanks for having me back on. So as Nikki touched upon, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Yala Parking, which is a startup here in the UAE that's trying to aggregate all of the parking options for drivers and give them one platform in order to kind of plan their journey, de-stress from trying to find a parking space, waste less time trying to find and pay for parking, and give people real-time information as their journey is ongoing.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And you're also part of the pitch series, and we will be announcing.
I was, fingers crossed.
Kareem, let's kick off with you, because I think you've probably got a really sort of broad overview of when it comes to solutions around smart mobility in your community. Can you just give us a bit of an insight, I suppose, into some really interesting, innovative solutions?
Okay, I think I lost the sound, but I lost the sound, but I understood the question. Yes, thank you.
Now that is clever.
lip reading. Okay, let me. We're embedded with a company which builds cities, new cities, right? So we have the luxury of starting with a white canvas. That's what urban planners can do, which is really very fortunate. Which means that we are on the receiving end of many solutions that your other panelists and speakers throughout those last 2 days bring to the table. Because the future is becoming so unpredictable. Just us, having this event live was not predicted, right? And likewise, when it comes to city planning and mobility, it's not everything that we can predict. So I think the onus is on us as developers, as urban planners, engineers, is to anticipate. One, what is technology going to bring to us, and how does that make life more enjoyable and more affordable and safer and happier? And two, what do people want? And it's always a trade-off between the people, that's the social dimension, and then the technology, that's the, let's say, the engineering dimension. And so we've done a lot in this city, and we haven't finished. We are trying to readying ourselves for drone services in the near future. EV car sharing, something that I've seen in many cities in Europe, is so attractive, but we're trying to do it at the community level. Meaning this will be like a white label service offered to the residents only, so that they feel they almost own the cars, but they don't own the cars. They share those cars. And so we're working this out with the RTA because we need an approval for that. So for people now, I was just hearing the previous panel talking about the upfront cost. And yes, it's still expensive. It is too expensive, but the prices are coming down. And so for people who cannot afford an electric vehicle, or they're still on the fence, then perhaps if they can access a car sharing scheme, which is limited to the community, it makes it more attractive and certainly much more affordable. So we are on the receiving end of great ideas, and we talk to people, end users. And so we would like to test more autonomous in the future, not because we need it here in sustainability, limited to us, right? So we are a global learning platform. We receive upwards of 10,000 visitors every year from all walks of life, from all countries in the world. And so whatever we're able to deploy, if it is successful, they can take it, they can adopt it, they can tweak it, and we will take it with us as we expand globally.
I absolutely love that concept, car sharing, but within a certain community. I can already see it now, just along my road, for example. Maybe we should just have 5 cars for the road. I'm not quite sure how we tally it up when it becomes rush hour or school pickup, but we're probably all driving, half of us, for school pickup, you're driving to the same place anyway. So
algorithms will sort it out for you.
Oh, I love that. Okay, well, let me know when you're coming to bring that to London, because I'm well up for trying that out. Because there are car sharing schemes out there already, but definitely not one like that works within the community. Thank you for Kareem. Now, Craig, let's have a quick word with you, because your focus is much more on parking. Obviously, also for those that didn't catch our chat yesterday, what kind of solutions are you looking at the moment, and what are the potential outcomes if you succeed?
Sure, yeah. So it's a great question. I think it boils down to the fact that the problem that we're trying to solve for at a very basic level is information. Real-time information on parking is still very nascent. It's still very hard to get accurately. So that's kind of where our solution comes around. We have an app that allows drivers to see real-time options, reserve a space, and then pay digitally. But as you said, that's just the very beginning. I think where we see things going with urban mobility is how we can connect to other stakeholders, other parts of the city. So one of the kind of very few examples that we see is okay, so we have all the parking data, so we kind of know where people will be and when. And I think if people are wanting to have a greater experience in an urban environment, then how can we connect to those other stakeholders? So for example, you book a meeting in a very busy tower, and you reserve your space. Well, we know you're going to be there, so why not interact with, say, the coffee shop on the corner? So you can pre-order your coffee after your meeting or before your meeting and pick it up. I think trying to bring other service providers, other stakeholders onto one platform is really where kind of we then enable people to live a better life, get around cities well, make daily activities and daily chores that they need to do a lot more easier when thinking about, actually getting out into their car and driving those places. I think then if you take it a step further, once you connect different service providers, you can kind of tally it up and you can get aggregational data that says basically, okay, you're wanting to go to a meeting in a certain tower, a certain area. This parking lot is actually full, so why don't you take an Uber, or why don't you take the public transport? And I think that's really where the vision for Yala Parking is. Just going beyond parking, because a lot of stakeholders actually involved in parking. I didn't actually realize that when I started Yala Parking, and it kind of just goes to show how important this information is and how we can use it to make people's lives better.
I'm going to throw a curveball. Smart mobility in urban cities. Surely we can get to a point where the transport is so good, more like a public transport, that we no longer need cars.
Yeah, I mean, there is that argument. I think cars will always be there, whether they're privately owned or they're a fleet operated by, say, an Uber or an autonomous vehicle company, even if it is car sharing or that. I think parking is still very much a necessary need, and smart parking specifically. Talking to the cars to say, okay, I'm going to be at this place at this certain time. Okay, I need access to the barrier to drop the passenger off, or we've got less demand in this area, so we're not going to have all of these autonomous vehicles driving around town empty. So we need a place to store them during downtime. I think there's so many unknown things that we don't know that are going to happen in the future. But aggregating all this data and using it well, it's definitely it's a must-have and it's a need.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thanks for taking us through that. And now, sort of jumping from parking to agriculture, love it. Matthew, just picking up on your focus being on agriculture. Now, what kind of impacts does agriculture have on mobility, and how will you do change it?
Yeah, so I think when we live in an buys these products, whether it's restaurants, processors, distributors, allowing them to plan along a lot of complexity like seasonality. For example, citrus won't grow the whole year round in South Africa. You have to bring it in from elsewhere. So we really take a lot of this data and allow them to make better decisions. And I think if we look where we are in an African context where you have 60% of the world's arable land, so that's land that you can actually plant food and it grows in Africa. We have these farmers are, and because of that, we can't really plan. We can't really plug them into the supply chain, and we can't be efficient. So you find that a lot of middlemen get into the picture because you don't have data, you don't have efficiency, you don't have transparency, and really this platform allows, whether locally buying from farmers close to you. I mean, even internationally, we have buyers from China, we have buyers from the UK. We're looking at our platform to really source products in other countries as well. And I mean, even locally, if you have, in South Africa, we've had a lot of drought, and processors, retailers need to make quick decisions in terms of buying, where you have an industry that has a lot of risks in terms of weather, and you have to make quick decisions and source products quickly if something goes wrong. Mm-hmm. So really our system takes all of that complexity, puts it on one platform to really make buying agricultural products a lot easier, and make sure that if you're in an urban environment, throughout the year, you'll be able to get any products you need consistently.
So given, I mean, obviously at the moment, mobility in agriculture is a huge talking point, because there's obviously a huge amount of concern that the supermarkets aren't going to get the food that they require and that they need. Do you have any sort of insights on that? Are you exposed to any of that at the moment?
Yeah, we supply a lot of processors and retailers where the end product is needed. And I think especially now during the crisis, we're seeing a lot of panic buying. The retailers are under a lot of strain. And I think the traditional models of buying, especially in South Africa, where it's very manual. So in South Africa, we have the biggest fresh produce markets in the world, where you have hundreds of buyers walking in and out. It's almost like the stock exchange 50 years ago, where people are haggling over prices. There's no real digital solution. And because of the crisis, a lot of that is being shut down. And it's really...
I'm not sure whether you guys can hear Matthew, but I think the connection is not working for us. Okay, never mind. Matthew, we might... Oh, unfortunately, Matthew, you are no longer... We can see you, but we cannot hear you. I think the connection, unfortunately, has failed us in the last few minutes. Give it. No. He's gone. Never mind. That's a shame. Oh, and give him another shot. No, I don't think that's going to work. Never mind. Well, Matthew, do keep talking, and if it does pick up again, then we will let you know, and we'll let you carry on. Okay, so we'll pick up. Guys, just hearing from, obviously, I don't know whether you have any thoughts or any opinions on how agriculture is going to... Oh, is he back? Yes, you're back. Yeah, sorry, Matthew, you can... If you can remember what you're saying, you can finish off that answer.
I can't remember a thing.
Really, just the sort of what your experience at the moment is of obviously the crisis that's happening, and how it's affected your job and role, and how you've been able to get involved and help.
Yeah, so I think this is really causing a shift in supply chains. A lot of the traditional ways of buying, where in South Africa it's happening very manually, You get big trading floors where hundreds of people haggle over prices of pellets. That really can't happen anymore. And I think
we've lost him again. Anyway, never mind. Thank you very much, Matthew. I'm sorry. We'll have to carry on without you. We do actually have a question. This question has come from our very own Roger Atkins. And he would like to know, what would happen if a city made public transport completely free? Now, they have actually done it in some places already. Is that something that you could see in the UAE? And do you think you would see that working?
Anyone?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Go on, Kareem.
Well, the challenge in the UAE is that the cities are very horizontally spread, right? So public transport works well in compact cities. And of course, if you have long commutes because you need to do 50 kilometers in the morning and 50 kilometers in the evening, it becomes a little bit more challenging, more tricky. So medium-sized cities in Europe, and I used to live in Denmark, and the likes of also in Germany and Holland, etc. They're compact cities, and that's why public transportation is so efficient and affordable, because in most countries it is subsidized. So if you make it free, perhaps it's even more attractive. But they don't have that problem. So we have the problem mostly in the Arab world, not only in the UAE. I'm half Lebanese. Let's talk about Egypt or Jordan. And so if public transport was free, certainly it would attract more customers, but it also needs to improve in quality. And again, I think the feasibility of public transport, someone has to foot the bill at the end. So whether it's an RTA service like in Dubai, or a municipality or a town. So there has to be a viable economic model. There has to be a circular economy supporting it, and preferably those distances have to be, short to moderate for the entire system to be viable.
I would just also add there that it may be viable for new business models. So, for example, one kind of case study that we've seen in Europe is that all of the government-owned or publicly operated street parking is basically reused. So it's taken away, and then that makes space for, say, your kick scooter lanes or your bike lanes or your autonomous driving lanes. But that's then obviously helping the government control traffic and create better ways of mobility, but they're earning money off the back of something else that's going on. I think if public transport would be free, I can't see it happening, specifically here in the United Arab Emirates, because it is so widely used and it is a big revenue generator. It's a very difficult question.
It is already cost effective in Dubai. I mean, when you take a bus ride or a metro ride, it's very attractive. It's not expensive, but there is a business model behind it which supports it. So I think the question is, how do we get more people to use it, whether they pay for it or they don't pay for it, they pay less for it.
And just to sort of, I suppose, finish up this discussion, reminding ourselves of what the title of this chat is: Smart Mobility for Ultimate Urban Living. Can't even say it. It's been a long 2 days. For ultimate urban living. Now, if you had to pick one thing, the most essential thing that you're going to have in your future city to absolutely nail smart mobility for urban living, what is it going to be?
Depends on the climate. It depends on the climate.
Okay, let's say you're in the UAE.
All right. So in the UAE, because in other countries, I would say the bicycle is really the most important component of smarter mobility, and we've seen that in so many cities in Europe. In the UAE, I would say shorter distances and flexibility. If people have options, the first mile and the last mile, when it is hot and you're walking towards the metro station, if you have to walk 400 meters in scorching sun in July, it's a bit tough. And so you really need to find those transitions and make them more comfortable by having more modes of transport available. So micromobility, we talked about the shared bicycles. A lot of that has to be shaded, has to be preferably not air conditioned because of the carbon footprint. But flexibility, and ideally shorter distances. Big highways intimidate people. Big highways is not necessarily smart mobility.
Yeah. Get that Hyperloop going. And Craig, quick summary before we finish up.
Yeah, I mean, kind of Kareem stole my answer a little bit, but I would say options. Every use case, every kind of, whether it's last mile or a long journey, 25 minutes, or even a train to Abu Dhabi or a train to, say, Riyadh that takes 4 or 5 hours instead of driving 11 hours or taking a plane. I think there needs to be options at every level, and then real-time information that then feeds into the consumer that gives them the best option in real time for whatever they need.
Yeah, I think that we've mentioned it so many times. I feel like the course today, it's all about like collecting data, using data, real time. That seems to be so fundamental for the the implementation and the smooth running of it all, and I suppose for everyone to adopt it as well. Well, guys, that draws this session to a close. That is actually our last session. Of the whole 2 days. We do have the Smarter Mobility World pitch results coming up in just a minute. Craig, that
can I just add one bit?
I'll be sticking around.
Sorry, Kareem.
Can I just add one little thought?
Of course.
Quickly. All right. We talked about, back to it was Matthew, and agriculture. I think I'd like to remind everyone listening in that 50%, and I heard that from someone from UPS actually, 50% of all the cargo and all the freight that we see, all those trucks, all those lorries around the world, 50% by volume is just air. It's empty. So smarter mobility is not only about you and I going from A to B, but preferably when all those lorries and trucks and pickups, they do the return trip, they should not be empty. It's just air moving around in the city and clogging the roads and causing emissions. So I think that's really an invisible problem that we have to tackle. And on parking, Craig, I think your concept, you need to expand it to also apply to bicycles. I mean, I've seen clutter of bicycles in many European cities, and the scooters are becoming a nightmare in some cities, right? So I think we need a Yalla Motor kind of solution to scooters and bicycles as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree.
Oh, brilliant, guys. I like the fact that I'll keep that stat in my head. 50% is just 50%. Air. Although I hope you're not going to tell me that now my 5-person car needs to be packed full with 10 people to reduce the amount of air.
Reduce
not
the
going to be
size
nice.
of the car. Downsize.
Brilliant, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us over the last 2 days as well. We really appreciate your involvement and input.
Thank you for all the moderation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, now we are going to go to a short video with one of our founding partners, Bediat, and then we are going to be announcing the winners. The Smarter Mobility World Pitch Series winners will be announced, so don't go anywhere. I can't wait to find out who the winners are because I don't know yet either.
Smarter Mobility World Live. Hello and welcome to Smarter Mobility World Live HQ. In case you're wondering where I am, I'm here at the Sustainable City, which was going to be the venue for Smarter Mobility World. There would have been 500 delegates, lots of exhibitors, test drives and rides, pitch series, networking, great food because they have good restaurants here. And then we had to take it digital. So we've just spent the last 2 days going digital, but it's been amazing. It's been incredible. And thankfully we had two amazing hosts joining us, Nikki and Roger, and the most amazing speakers. And actually, because we went digital, we were able to get a global audience. And now we're here for the SMW pitch series. And we've had startups from all over the world as well, phoning in and pitching their ideas. And we're really excited because we're going to go over to Nikki, who's going to give us some insights on the winners and what happened with the judges, and we're going to find out a bit more.
About 12 years or so.
Oh, really?
Or maybe we'll stay here just for a few more minutes. So Nikki, you there? Can you hear me?
You just
Right, okay, I believe we are back. Hello everyone and welcome to Smarter Mobility World Live. Quite exciting actually, because yesterday, hopefully if you were watching, we had the pitch series, which is where 10 innovators in the world of smart mobility came together and we gave them 5 minutes. They had 3 minutes to pitch their business plans, ideas, what it was, what it's all about, why we should support it. And then we did a 2-minute Q&A with them, with our esteemed judges. Now, I think we're going to have Ben Pullen is going to join us in a moment to take us through what those prizes were. Ben, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I can see you, but I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes, I actually completely messed that up. I meant I can hear you, but I can't see you. But,
okay, cool.
But the most important thing is I can hear you. Oh, there we are.
It's just the ceiling, though, unfortunately.
Ah, okay.
There we go. There we go.
So take us through what the prizes were before I announce our winners.
Yeah, good idea. We'll do prizes first.
And then winners.
And then winners.
We'll build some suspense. Okay. What we have there are 3 winners from SMW Pitch Series. And the first winner will be getting the following: a Generation E branding package prize worth $6,000, which includes a banner advert in a newsletter, featured article on the website, press releases, inclusion in our podcast, social media post, then 2 complimentary passes for Smarter Mobility Africa, which takes place in October, and the 9 square meter exhibition space for Smarter Mobility Africa. And the video of the pitch from SMW Live. So lots of goodies in there to help any business, let alone startup, get their product and idea out there, connect with customers, connect with buyers, partners, investors, and so on. In addition, there is more. They will be getting 3 months co-working space at the Badiat Business Incubator, which is just over there. It's actually my office as well. That's worth $4,000 because it also includes some mentoring with C Institute, our learning and development partner, and you'll be able to test your solution at the Sustainable City. So real life pilot projects that can come from this. That's for first prize. For the second prize, we have a Generation E branding package prize worth $3,000, including advertisements on websites, in our newsletters. They get the Badiat Business Incubator office space as well for 2 months, some mentoring with C Institute, and they'll also be able to test their solution at the Sustainable City. And then the third winner gets a Generation E branding package worth $1,000. Badiat Business Incubator office for 1 month and 2 hours of C Institute mentoring, and they can also test their solution at the Sustainable City. So all 3 winners will be getting some amazing prizes where they'll be able to advertise their product, reach more potential customers and investors, partners, and so on. They'll get some office space, they'll get some mentoring from some really smart people, and they have a place where they can test their solution. So this is going to be a great prize to help kickstart and accelerate things for these companies. Many of them are already delivering great services out there, and I hope this will help them to continue doing that and to do more.
There, and you know, let's not forget, you need all the help you can get at the beginning, don't you? These prizes really will make a difference. So, Ben, do you think it's time to announce the winners?
I think maybe we should keep the suspense just
1 more minute. Let's just remind everyone of what the criteria was for the voting. So the judges, of which there were 6, there were 4, they voted, or they scored the pitches based on ability to reduce congestion, ability to reduce carbon emissions, ability to reduce air pollution, ability to increase access to mobility, the growth potential of this business or idea, and the strength of the management. So that was the criteria. 75% weighting went to the juries and what their votes were. And then we opened it up for global voting, whereby 25% of the weighting went to the votes that were given around the world. And so that has brought us to a position where we have the 3 winners. And do you have those in front of you, Nikki, with the scoring?
I do indeed, yes.
Excellent.
Shall I announce it? Okay, so yeah, in 3rd place with 72 points overall, we have Go Pool. So that is the car pooling sharing scheme with Audit. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nikki.
Pleasure. And then in 2nd place with 72 points also overall, we have, I need a bit of a drum roll, please. Is anyone good at sort of a bit of sound effects? We need Roger on the line. He's always good at his sound effects. Without further ado, it is e-bikes for Africa. So congratulations to Bernard Walter. And then in 1st place, I think not only is it an incredible idea, very innovative, and I think the judges really believed in the person behind this scheme. And with 75 points overall, we have Asambe Mobility. So congratulations. Yeah. Well, we did have a quick word with our winner.
Well done, Tanaka.
So, Kumbirai, talk us through how. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you well.
Brilliant. Oh, I'm struggling slightly with sound, but tell us, how does that feel to win?
It feels amazing to get validation on such a platform. It feels really great, and it bodes well for our business, and I'm really excited about the future. Thank you to everyone who voted, and thank you for the opportunity.
Now you've got the pressure is on. You're going to have to deliver.
Yes, 100%. I love pressure.
Excellent. Thrives on pressure. Brilliant. Well, congratulations. Well done. And Bernard, should we have a quick word with you as well?
Yes. No, very excited. And getting this exposure on that platform, awesome.
Yeah. Will it make a big difference to the company?
Yes, it will. It's actually the first time that we got support from external forces. So yeah, it will make quite a huge difference.
Yeah, good. Well, good luck. And then Adit, let's have a quick chat with you as well. Coming 3rd, our runner-up.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, access to like piloting certain things and just in general, like Bernard mentioned, like, support from external forces would really be critical. Like it would really help push the needle along so we can get this moving.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, congratulations to all of you. I'm sure, Ben, do you have a few words to say to everyone?
From all over the world, and obviously we run some projects in South Africa and Africa, so it's great to see that, firstly, that you guys even applied to be part of the SMW pitch series, and that you've come out and won. So well done. I know what it's like to start a company. I did it with a startup with car sharing, spent 12 months on it, failed it, and then moved on. And then with Generation E, and I know how hard it is, and I know how much these these wins can help. Validation, some support, exposure, it all contributes towards that success. So well done, everyone. Well done for participating. Thank you so much for joining us for the SMW Pitch Series. And then perhaps we could hear from some of the judges if they've got any initial thoughts or feedback. Oh, they're not online. They're not here, but I'm sure they have some great words that they'd love to say about the startups. So I think that's it from me, Nikki, on the startups. But well done, everybody. I look forward to seeing how you progress, and we'll see you at Smarter Mobility Africa and SMW Live, whenever the next one will be. And I think, are you still there, Nikki?
Well, there we go. I think some words of wisdom there from Ben, and once again, congratulations to all of our winners. And also thank you to all of our participants as well, because I know you took up the time yesterday and gave you some brilliant pitches there. So it's almost, can you believe it, the end of Smarter Mobility World Live. We are going to have a quick wrap up between myself, Ben and Roger to talk about a few of our favourite moments, I think, from the last 2 days. But first of all, we just want to show you some highlights from the EVRT event in Africa, and it was such a special event. It really, really was, and it's so wonderful to be able to see some of the highlights and also get us excited about what is to come. Here we go.
Hey guys, Jacob Bushoka here at the Sun Arena Times Square in Pretoria. An epic adventure is about to get underway. A few cars are heading down to Cape Town, and they will not be stopping at any fuel station for fuel because it's all electric. I can't wait to follow this journey. Jaguar I-Pace, BMW i3 and Nissan Leaf. It looks like it's going to be tons of fun. The FOMO is officially kicking in. It all ends in 9 days in Cape Town. I can't wait to see this journey.
So really pumped about this, EVRT Africa Day 1. And we are heading off to EV Dynamics. Just begun stage 2 of EVRT Africa. Stage 1 was jam-packed, full of fun, driving, networking, lots of friendship building. So more driving, more experiences with the electric vehicles, and then embracing more of this beautiful country.
The groundbreaking Electric Vehicle Road Trip 2019 is a remarkable initiative that showcased the viability of electric vehicles within South African context.
Well, I think we're coming up.
You're going to start.
Yes.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Nikki.
Hi, good. Are we on? Are we live?
We are. Well, welcome back, everyone. Over to you, Roger. Oh, look at that.
I've got to tell you, Nikki, I'm feeling the love. This is something where 2 days of a whole load of people coming together and doing something they don't do regularly. I know you do TV and live TV and stuff, but using a lot of these platforms and formats and being so reliant on everyone to be patient and kind and helpful. Honestly, I am definitely feeling the love.
Can you now sing as well?
No, but I can also make birds fly around my head as well.
Oh, how sweet! No, I'm completely with you, Roger. It's been absolutely fantastic. I kind of felt like, it's a bit like when Formula E had its first race. None of us were actually sure whether the first race would ever happen because there's so much stuff taking place behind the scenes to actually pull it all off. And I think we probably all felt the same in the lead up to this. Was it going to happen? Where were we going to be? But everyone got stuck in and we had a good old chat, debate. And it was also wonderful to speak to people from all around the world with so many different ideas and innovations and passion. At the end of the day, that's what this is all about. It's about spreading the passion for smart mobility, for reducing our carbon footprint, for doing our bit for the environment. And we have to do it because the time is now and we have to act fast. And it was brilliant just to speak to all these really, really
and trust each other to actually get through a difficult time. So for me, I felt quite emotional listening to Hein, to be honest with you, because I thought it was very, very current.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I definitely had a tear in my eye when the video of his cycling played. It was, you could see the challenges he had, but you could also see that he pushed on through. So Ben, any final words from you before we draw this to a close?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with both of you. Hein Wagner just really hit home the point. It's about making the best of the situation. We're all dealt different hand.
as Darwin says, it's not about being the most powerful or intelligent, it's how you adapt with the times. And I think we have all shown resilience and adaptability over the last 2 days, and I think that's what it's all about. And if that's the only message that people come away with from the last 2 days, then I think it's a strong one. Don't be put off by the situation now. Just see how you can reinvent yourself or reinvent what you're doing, make the best of the challenges that we have, and enjoy them at the same time.
Reinvention, I like that. It's a brilliant word and a brilliant way to summarize it all.
Yeah, and young Ben Pullen, I've got to say hats off to you for having the bottle. There are other words to use, but I'm going to use the polite one. The bottle to jump out of where we were, the awful challenge of changing things last minute. Well done, mate. You know, you had the bottle to do something pretty dramatic and different. So, yeah, good for you. I bet you're going to have a lie down and a drink in a minute, aren't you?
Oh, believe me, I'm going to sleep for a few days. I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time because it's been 6 months.
Continuous change and setbacks, and you know, we set out to run a physical event there yesterday and today, and actually I'm pretty happy that we did it in a digital way. We got to reach many more people. There were less logistics in a way, albeit they were very complex because they were completely new to many of us. You know, how do you run a TV show like this? How do you run it for 2 days, for 15 hours? So yeah, it's been a good learning experience.
Not forget, sorry to interrupt, Roger.
No, go on, you.
I was going to say how much CO2 we've managed to save by actually not traveling anywhere. I think you know, we might be doing ourselves out of a job for next year, but perhaps this is the way forward. I believe that there's a slide that we can present to show how
there is. Yeah.
Do you want to talk it through, or would you like me to?
Well, I can just say a quick bit about Sea Institute, because you know, they are our learning and development partner for Smarter Mobility World Live, and they have truly lived up to that name. And
they have spent the last 2 days looking at what kind of carbon emission savings that we've made based on not running the event that was going to be and running it digitally. So they're really living up to what they want to be doing, which is being that learning and development partner. And we've got some great figures that I'll let you announce, Nikki.
Effectively, I'm just going to bring it up on my phone. Okay, so in the last, this is the kind of the assumption that we're running here. Obviously, in the last 2 days, we were going to have 500 guests here, 51 speakers, of which we had 20 long-haul flights, 4 medium and 4 short-haul. We would have had 3 nights stay in 4-star hotels. 4-star? God, Ben. Then a 30 kilometre average distance travel by the speakers and the guests. Average catering. I am just going through the assumptions here. Average catering, average printed materials consumers, and average waste. Now, if we look at the actual figures, the amount that has been saved is, wow, this is amazing, 97.5 tons of CO2.
That is incredible.
Is amazing. Yeah. Which we've done by doing this remotely.
Wow, that makes it feel a whole lot better.
Well, there you go.
I think we might have that slide coming up, actually, so the world can see what it looks like.
Apparently it's now on the screen, so that's fantastic.
Excellent.
Well, I think, Ben, it's only fair that you round this session up.
All right, I think I will. Thank yous.
Thank you to His Excellency Dr. Tani for giving the welcome address and for the support from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Thank you to the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy for supporting us for many years and for endorsing this event today. Thank you to our host partner, the Sustainable City, a 4-year partnership, which I hope after doing this digital event with them, it can become many more years. Thank you to Sea Institute for being the learning and development partner and for that very insightful understanding around how we've saved so many tons of CO2. Thank you to our diamond partners, Siemens, an amazing charging station that's here to my left, Audi with the e-tron that's just behind me. I'm going to have a drive of that later, I think. Yalla Motors, thank you for working with us for the last few years, and it's really cool to see that there's so many insights coming out for you that the market needs. Thank you Skate Flash from Spain. Love your products, love what you did with the presentation yesterday. It was super creative, and I'm really happy to hear that micromobility is one of the segments that are growing actually in the face of coronavirus right now, which is good to see. I hope other industries do too. And then I would like to just say thank you to all of our knowledge partners, all of our speakers. Thank you everyone out there in the audience who's watched. Thank you to our team here in Dubai and in South Africa. Thank you everyone who supported this event to make it happen. And a big thank you to Roger Atkins and Nikki Shields, who've just been amazing again, super professional, full of energy, full of knowledge. It's amazing to work with you. Thank you so much, guys. And that's a wrap.
Thank you.
See you next year.